This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A committee charged with investigating the so-called Checkgate controversy over handing out checks on the Wyoming House floor said Wednesday it found no bribery or wrongdoing. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the incident warrants a rules review, extra signage, and more training for legislators.
There was no bribery or misconduct, according to the special committee's findings. They treated it as a learning opportunity, saying we should develop a lesson on the institution of this house, avoiding the appearance of impropriety. Management council should consider putting more signage at the entrance to the chamber, and this is a good time for a rules review. The highlight was actually kind of a connection moment between Representative Steve Harshman of Casper and Representative Darren McCann, who's involved in the controversy, received a check. All of this kind of blew up. So Darren McCann said, a lot of you get to move on, but forever when you Google my name, this will come up. And Representative Steve Harshman, who has had rather an explosive controversy himself that he ended up apologizing for cursing another member, said, "Hey, I've been there."
Special Investigative Committee Chair Art Washut from Casper read aloud to the House on Wednesday from a special report all 7 committee members signed. TerraPower was approved Wednesday for a construction permit to build a first-of-its-kind nuclear power plant near Kemmerer. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports this is the first such approval in 10 years.
It's the first nuclear construction permit that the federal government has issued in about 10 years. But it's also for this very new, one-of-a-kind type of plant that nobody's ever built before. So in a lot of ways, it's breaking a lot of ground, literally in Kemmerer and figuratively in the industry. And so today's announcement that that construction permit has been approved means that TerraPower can actually start building the actual reactor.
The National Regulatory Commission announced the approval of the project's construction permit, which will allow the Bill Gates-backed company to start working on the building about 4 miles outside of Kemmerer. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and Wyo Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A head-on crash on Sunday evening has left a Torrington family of 3 without a father and a Buffalo father of 4 in the hospital. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that authorities say no cause has yet been determined.
Andrew Winter was on his way from Torrington to Gillette, and Cody Thomas was on his way from Buffalo down to the Wyoming Police Academy in Douglas when their cars collided on Sunday night. Andrew Winter died at the scene, and Cody Thomas was air-flighted to Casper's Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for treatment.
Wyoming Highway Patrol spokesman Aaron Brown says a crash report for the incident on Highway 59 between Gillette and Douglas has not been completed, and no cause has yet been determined. The Wyoming Department of Education has completed a week-long review of a Rock Springs special education program. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that this comes after complaints of staffing and supervision of special education children, as well as responsiveness and transparency concerns.
The Wyoming Department of Education is not saying a whole lot about the special monitoring that happened last week because they still have a report to do. They said a written report is going to be available within 60 days. Dickie Shaner, who is the Department of Education's chief of staff, said that his monitoring team encountered a caring and concerned group of teachers, parents, and staff during their visit.
School District Superintendent Joseph Libby tells Cowboy State Daily in an email that the district's staff and faculty were professional and cooperative throughout the monitoring process. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Good morning, Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday, March 5. Got an exciting Thursday show for you. We're going to wrap up pretty much the budget session, the 68th legislative session, talking to Representative J.D. Williams. Get his take on how he felt the session went. Checkgate investigation is complete. Everything almost wrapped up in Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily columnist Tom Lubnau will come on and talk about what he thinks about the Checkgate investigative panel decision. They finished their look into the Checkgate scandal. Debbie Pummel will be on the show, received the 2026 Big Wild Tourism Award. We'll ask the Hawaii native how much she loves Wyoming. Senator Cheri Steimetz will join us. Again, wrapping up the budget session, Representative Landon Brown will be here as well. We're going to talk to a University of Wyoming student who did a study on bees, bumblebees, honeybees. Yeah, bumblebees, I think. And the study is fascinating. A study is like you and I could have probably figured that out. Like when bumblebees hover, for instance, hover next to a flower and deciding on whether that flower's got some pollen they want, are they struggling with the decision on whether to land? What are bees doing hovering there? It could be the bee is hovering in place for a moment to cool itself down. After all, bumblebees have that fuzzy coat they got to wear. How much do bees cool themselves with their wing movement? Who knew there was a study? There is. And there's a paper published last month. And we have the lead author and the study folks at University of Wyoming. And they're going to be on to talk about how bees cool themselves with their wing flapping. I mean, there is nothing we aren't getting into on the show. We leave no stone uncovered, so to speak. It's a Thursday, so it's an Ask Abby day. Abby, we're going to talk all about toys trivia, toys through the ages, from Legos to Monopoly board game to the Slinky and the hula hoop. Everything about toys. So brush up on that, Abby. Hopefully she had a childhood filled with toys. Barbie, Raggedy Ann, whatever. Maybe she's a G.I. Joe person, but we're going to talk all things toys. And we're going to make some discoveries along the way. Things I bet our listeners didn't know about toys. Stories we're looking at in the Cowboy State Daily today. The Checkgate investigation is done. The House committee ruled no bribery, no misconduct. Just bad optics must never occur again, etc., etc. More signage, better training. And that was the outcome about the Checkgate investigation internally. That's the House 7-person panel. Now there's still the ongoing sheriff's office investigation to see whether anything was criminal, any laws broken. Sheriff Kozak has not announced that has wrapped up. In fact, said it could take weeks. TerraPower gets an okay to build a nuclear plant. That's a little late in the game to be asking for permission. It sounds more like Gates asking for forgiveness. He's already building the thing. I guess officially the okay finally came. TerraPower was approved yesterday for a construction permit to build a first-of-its-kind nuclear power plant in Kemmerer, Wyoming. They had begun construction on, I believe, what was to be a storage facility. They had broken ground and were working on something, but it may not technically have been the part that produces nuke power. That part just was approved yesterday. That's the first of its kind in the United States in a decade. We have just not embraced nuclear after all the black eyes. 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and the one in Japan. I don't know if that had a name. And that has really soured the globe on nuclear and the potential downside of meltdowns. But TerraPower is doing nuclear a little bit of a different way, and the first approval of such a power plant in the U.S. in a decade. Terrible head-on crash, Converse County. One father killed, another father seriously injured. Torrington family of 3 is without their father now. And a Buffalo man, father of 4, is in the hospital. It happened at about 8:42 p.m. Sunday evening. You probably saw it in the socials. Dale Killingbeck has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Other things are wrapping up in Cheyenne. The Senate refused to rescue a bill that would have purged sex books from the children's library. There was some consternation over how you define what was too sexually explicit for children. And then the great quote, under this bill, it appears to me, said one lawmaker, the Bible could be banned from being on the shelf of the children's area of a library. Representative Bill Alleman challenging his DUI arrest. He wants the whole case thrown out, said he was unlawfully handcuffed, questioned without being given his Miranda rights. Alleman has been obstinately, I'll say, opposed to the whole arrest. Originally wanted not to have to undergo testing, periodic testing that everybody who is cited for potential DUI has to undergo. He wanted that waived because he was doing the business of the people in Cheyenne. Didn't get that effort met with no success. And now the latest from Representative Alleman, who originally claimed to law enforcement when pulled over he needed to drink and drive to calm his nerves. Driving makes some people anxious. Definitely. The more traffic, the more anxious. And the more six-packs you might need in the passenger seat. I don't know if that's a good excuse. That's not what I would lead with anyway when the officer taps on the window and says, do you know why I pulled you over? Alleman allegedly had a BAC of 3 times the legal limit. He wants the whole thing thrown out, saying he should have been handcuffed and was never read his rights. why it likely doesn't make any difference that the corner crossing bill died. Hunters, law enforcement. We're going to talk about that bill, actually, the bill that will have better clarified corner crossing. I mean, we already know it's legal. State Supreme Court said so. The U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear appeals. So House Bill 19, is it even necessary? Mark Hines speculates maybe not. And what else? Education Department. Wow, we just had the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, on yesterday. I did not ask her about the current where in the process we are with the look into the Rock Springs School District. This would be Sweetwater County, I believe. Kate Meadows has the story. Wyoming Department of Education was in the process of a week-long review of a Rock Springs special education program. You remember the news that came out about the teacher that showed nude photos accidentally from a phone. Department of Education looked into it, and we now know what they think about it as the week-long investigation has wrapped up. A Cheyenne woman accused of leading a wild car chase. She's just been unable, allegedly, to stay away from her ex-boyfriend. He's filed a restraining order, a protection order, and she's violated that now an alleged 3 times in 1 month. Just can't stay away. The latest was boyfriend returns home to his apartment. She's parked in the driveway sideways so he can't get in. He manages to wiggle around her anyway. And then they both take off through the city streets of Cheyenne to the point where she allegedly rams him and spins him, and he takes out a stop sign, and she just can't stay away. Converse County Commissioner announces his run for Secretary of State. Presumably, current SOS Chuck Gray has announced he has intentions of running for Congress, U.S. House seat, currently occupied by Harriet Hageman. This whole domino effect of musical chairs that began when U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis announced she would not seek re-election. That had U.S. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman said, well, that seat looks pretty good from where I sit. Where she sits is the House representative, and there have been 4 now that have declared for that. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, former Superintendent of Public Instruction Jillian Balo has announced. Reed Reisner, Casper area businessman, entrepreneur. That's 3. And we just had on David Geralt, who announced he's running, ex-U.S. Army Ranger. He was on the show Tuesday, right? Talked about how he's going to run a grassroots campaign. That's code for I don't have the war chest of some of these others. Yeah, does money win elections? I mean, history shows pretty much, but in Wyoming, might not have as much power. Also, breaking news popped yesterday, if you weren't aware. If you're in the Jackson Hole area or you're a bit of a sled head, the 2026 World Championship Snowmobile Hill Climb held at Snow King Mountain in Jackson annually this month and marks the closing of the ski season. That event has been canceled, and you can guess why. There's simply not enough snow to run the hill climb. There's been years past where we've had thin snow cover in Jackson, and they ran it, and they did some damage to the terrain. It like chewed all the way through the snow and ripped up some turf, and that had to be mitigated and fixed that spring. I've seen them put hay down underneath the snow, but with the modified sleds and the way they run now, there would be a path down to the bare ground on day one. And this is a multi-day event, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Before the big modified sleds got on the hill, they'd be down to the rocks and grass easily. This just has not been enough snow this year. The organization that organizes the event, the Jackson Hole Snow Devils, said they looked into everything. Alternate course, maybe going on the other side of the hill, just trying to figure out how they could do it. And all they could come up with was, unfortunately, a cancellation of the beloved event by bubbleheads everywhere. Everybody, I mean, that thing attracts thousands. Estimated, 4,000 or so come to Jackson in March, typically end of the ski season. Certainly you're not skiing on Snow King after hill climb. It's like skiing's over, we're going to wreck the hill. So, yeah, that's tough. Tough decision and a cancellation of the event. If you bought tickets for it, get online at the Snow Devils where you bought them, and they're offering refunds or however you want to deal with it. You can let it ride for next year's event or whatever you got to do. Hotel rooms, I don't know. That might be a different story. Let's do a weather forecast. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Winter weather advisory in Casper from 8 tonight till 2 in the afternoon tomorrow. Rain, snow. Lander, winter weather advisory as well. Highs still moderate in the upper 40s, low 50s for Casper Lander area. Evanston, winter weather advisory till 5 tomorrow. Snow, highs 33. Rock Springs also under a winter weather advisory. Chance of snow in Pinedale. Mid-30s, not looking for a whole lot. Maybe 2 inches in Afton with highs 33. DuBois, snow likely in the late afternoon with highs in the upper 30s. Jackson, snow down overnight. Possibly more coming today, but probably in the early morning. Highs 36, Jackson. Thermopolis, chance of rain or snow, mainly after 2. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 48. Cody, rain, snow with highs 45. Buffalo, chance of rain and or snow, breezy, highs 51 today. Sheridan, you'll get to 50 with a chance of rain or snow mix. Gillette, slight chance of rain after 2. Highs 56. Newcastle, sunny 63. Bucking the trend in Newcastle, are we? Clouds on the increase in Torrington with highs 68 degrees today. Torrington, 61 in Lusk. Becoming sunny. Clouds increasing in Cheyenne, highs 61. Could see overnight rain in Cheyenne, turning snow. Laramie, U2, overnight snow. Maybe up to 3 inches overnight by tomorrow. Note that in the Laramie area. Rawlins, winter weather advisory from 8 tonight till about 6 in the afternoon. Tomorrow, sunny, breezy, 43 the high today. That's the day weather forecast across the state. Let's take our first break of the day, and we'll get right back in here with Representative J.D. Williams joining us.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show Thursday. Representative J.D. Williams joins us. House District 2, straight out of Lusk. Just like straight out of Compton, but Lusk is far less dangerous. Representative...
Yeah, it's a little different.
A little bit. Hey, so...
Morning, Jake.
You're wrapping up this 68th legislative session, the budget session, almost at the finish line, and we do have a budget. I was satisfied to see that brought in as quickly as it was, as far apart as the two chambers were, Senate and House. Let's talk about budget first and the coming together of how the House got there. Were you satisfied with the end result? I know you started from a maybe a not great place. The Senate started with a governor's budget and just whittled down, and you started from ground zero and went up. What was that process like, and are you happy where you got?
I am happy, Jake. Thanks for having me this morning.
You bet.
The budget, really, we fought tooth and nail for everything we got in the budget in the House. And really, that joint conference committee, they were in a bargaining mood, I guess, when they went down there to the Senate. And I've been familiar with a few budget negotiations, but I've never seen a conference committee go so quickly. And, we took a lot of hard votes on the floor, 240 amendments, and then a lot of that was just out the window. We just pretty much took the Senate's position. And so it would have been interesting to be in that, to have the time to spend in that conference committee and just see how that went down.
I too, Representative Williams, was surprised how fast that committee, that conference, found a meeting point. Now, because we saw primarily six, as you say, six Freedom Caucus members pretty much running the budget on the House side of things, with a majority behind them in the House, and taking the hard line about cuts and starting in an unusual place for the budget. You saw the hours it took, including a weekend session, when you start from your idea what the budget should be and then add. But however you got there, they did get there. Do you think it was a lot of we proved our point from certain far ultra right conservative House members, like coming out of committee? It was a lot of saber rattling, and we want to cut this and that. And then when we finally got to the end game, that conference between House and Senate, this seemed to be a whole lot of compromise.
I think it was a lot of Wyoming standing up and saying enough is enough. And a lot of that in the budget, in the House side of the budget, that was blowing our phones up. That was filling our inboxes up. This is Wyoming. This is the next generation that we're investing in. And it's one thing to be frugal, but it's another to be stingy. And when you just keep kicking that ball down the road and aren't willing to invest in the next generation, people start paying attention. And so I just like to thank Wyoming for being there, showing up, and holding us accountable, because heaven knows we could use it.
We've heard that from a lot of legislators. They got a lot of feedback from their constituents like never before, including a real touchstone topic and the university cuts. And I guess we pretty much put back the funding with a little bit of a string attached to $10 million. But you happy with the way the university fared?
I am. That's perspective. I feel for that House side of the Appropriations Committee. I don't know how many UW graduates are in that room. That gives you a little different perspective. When you're a generational Wyomingite and your folks went there and you went there and your kids are there now, that's Wyoming. The world needs more cowboys is more than a slogan. I think that was a good conversation and good for everybody to realize, quit messing around here, quit playing games with the university.
Let me ask you about the other item that got a lot of attention, and that was the necessity of a business council, how to fund them, whether we even need them. We heard words like waste and welfare, or are these investments in Wyoming's future? What was the outcome with Business Council? I think we all know we got 1 year of funding, and they're going to have to check in with a report card. I believe that was a Senate movement from Senator Cheri Steimetz, who suggested that we need to know a lot more about what you're doing over there at the Business Council. And compromise there. Are you okay with what happened with Josh Durrell's Business Council?
I am. The Business Council, they've been asking for change themselves. They haven't had a hearing in front of their home committee, the Minerals Committee, for a long time. And so they welcome some change and some help there. There'll be some reorganization, but my small communities, they stood up and said, this is a big deal. This is why we're here. A lot of small businesses, this Business Council gives us the tools we need to be competitive. And there was a lot of myth out there regarding the Business Council, and a lie travels halfway around the world while the truth's still pulling its boots on. And so we just had to have that conversation and learn what's going on there. And there's a lot of good programs, a few good programs there with the Business Council that my communities really depend on. And so moving forward, we'll have that study, and I think we'll end up in a better spot than where we're at.
Let's talk about it, because the investigative committee just gave its report on Checkgate. And I found one of your quotes, to my liking anyway, when you urged your fellow lawmakers to stay on task when it comes to finger pointing. I think the exact quote is from Representative J.D. Williams was, I think it's imperative that we don't deflect. We have to own this. There was a lot of, shouldn't have taken a photo, shouldn't have sent the photo, shouldn't have. Let's just get to the basics of Checkgate and what it is and what it looks like.
Well, politicians have a tendency to blame someone else. And not just in a time like this, but even like in the policy conversation. We blame the Senate down the hall. We blame the governor. We blame the courts. And really, that's on us. We sent it to them. We have to decide whether we're going to take care of it right here at home or whether we're going to kick the can down the road. And I think that same line of thought applies to the controversy about the checks. We can blame someone else, but sunlight's the best disinfectant. And sure, we're held to a higher standard. We're down there with the cameras pointed at us, but everybody knows that. So don't try to, I'm not at all interested in hiding. That's not the Wyoming way. If we do it, we own it. I don't care who's shining the light. The light needs shined, and Wyoming deserves it.
Representative Williams, strong words from the representative from Lost House District 2, Republican. And yeah, let's not look for who to point a finger at. If that is to be done, if we're going to identify any one or two or however many people, that's up to Sheriff Brian Kozak and the Laramie County Sheriff's Office investigation. Meanwhile, lawmakers just have to own what happened and be better about it. Representative Williams, let's talk about recalibration, education funding. Where are we with this? And I think you were for trying to give districts a little more flexibility and freedom rather than micromanaging them. Is that moving anywhere, the 15%? What's going on?
No, that's not moving anywhere. And so I'm a rural district, of course, and this recalibration bill is not very kind to rural districts. And those larger districts, they have some issues that we don't share. And we don't have administrators getting fat in House District 2. We're running a tight ship already. And then this recalibration bill, against the consultant's recommendation, takes the block grant model away and removes the flexibility from my small school districts. And we need flexibility. There's a lot in that instructional silo. There's a lot that happens in the classroom that's not included in that instructional silo. And so we had that conversation. I ran that amendment 2 or 3 or 4 times. I think the body got tired of hearing about it, but I believe the government closest to the people governs the best. And so to micromanage my local school boards is a step in the wrong direction from my perspective. There was a lot of resistance to that. You know, the legislature wants to get right in there and have some influence on the local level, but I resist that. I have faith in my school boards and in my local communities. But there's no flexibility at this time in that silo. My amendments were voted down resoundingly.
Let's talk property tax relief. As you said, you represent a more rural area, rural district. It's rural districts and rural counties that are expected to be a little more exponentially affected by property tax relief. That if we give property tax relief, it's some of the smaller counties, more rural areas that are going to have a tough time making up that revenue. Property tax relief, the discussion is so popular on the campaign trail. It sounds great when you need to get elected, but how does it play on the House floor? Where are we with property tax relief? I guess it's going to the voters.
Well, this is not hypothetical for House District 2. We are already being affected by the property tax relief that was enacted last year.
Yeah.
We're having hard conversations about closing services that people consider to be essential. You know, you talk about fairgrounds and then, the struggles that a senior center is having. And really, I mean, our sheriff's office, they're feeling it, and you're right. It is popular. It is popular to talk about, hoping that people don't understand this is a service tax. We're the lowest taxed people in the nation. I live on the state line, South Dakota, state line of Nebraska. Just take a little road trip if you think you're paying high taxes. I came down to Cheyenne. They didn't send me down here to starve our local communities, and that's what this conversation really does. It's cute to talk about no property taxes or 50% property taxes decrease, but people are waking up, and I think this next election that might be a big issue, like any election. But I think it might go the other way. You need to ask your candidate, do you know what that does? We hear sometimes every time my property tax goes up, they spend more in Cheyenne or vice versa. Those two things aren't related. Property taxes stay in your community. That's a service tax. That's how we keep our community strong. And and admittedly, I'm in eastern Wyoming where property values haven't shot through the roof. It's a whole different conversation for many of these counties who've had a big influx of people move there since COVID and high assessments.
Yeah, the necessity for relief does not play equally in every county, and certainly, you're right. I think people are starting to wake up to the fact that, well, if you cut one thing, you lose a revenue stream on the other end, and suddenly that's not idea space thinking. That's like reality coming home to roost. Let's talk about deceptive bills, perhaps, or bills that sound good, like low-hanging fruit, but maybe not are what they propose to be. I want to talk about, whether it's House Bill 130 that it seemed law enforcement hated. Let's talk about that one.
Well, we get a lot of that. You attach a gun to a bill, There's very little motivation to make that bill better. That's a Second Amendment right. If you make a stand for your local sheriff and call a gun bill out, a lot of times, you'll be labeled a gun grabber or some ridiculous thing in the next election. And it works. So that's why they do it. But from my point of view, I have a lot more faith in locally elected sheriffs who have taken an oath to the Constitution than I do in some out-of-state gun lobby who's here pushing some pre-canned bill that they're pushing all over the country.
Trying to keep the men in blue and the women in blue safe, anyone who wears the badge. And yes, next thing you know, you're labeled as someone who wants to take your guns away. It's just... You
look at that bill closely. I mean, that complicates every local law enforcement agency's cooperation with the federal, immigration, for example. I mean, that's an unintended consequence. And, there's a lot of dodging around and denial, but I trust the boys at home. I trust my sheriffs that were elected by the same people that elected me.
One last thing, Representative Williams, I was watching with interest House Bill 11, the Landowner Bill of Rights, which would give landowners just a better heads up of what it meant when you hear eminent domain. Someone government needs to take your land. Utilities need to take some of your land. What are your rights? And just giving you a little breathing room and a little heads up about eminent domain. How'd that bill go? That passed, yes?
No, it died in the drawer.
Oh.
It'll be back. I mean, it's a budget session. That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bills that, we just don't have time. And there'll be more bills that die, from here on out.
Yeah.
I'd say the calendar kills more bills than the vote. But that bill will be back. Everybody had strong support for that bill on both sides of the issue. The state party was behind that bill. I mean, that's a property rights bill. I've had some conversations with people from other states, and there's other folks that are wanting to copy that bill, make that bill a template to take other places, because that's just a good idea and common sense.
Yeah, and sometimes you need a bill that is going to sit in the drawer where it just buzzes for a session, and then the next session people are a little more aware of where you're going. Get some traction, even in the drawer where it never comes out. Representative J.D. Williams, HD2, Lusk. Thanks for being on the show today. Appreciate it.
Have a good day, Wyoming.
You too. We got to get to our break, and we'll get Tom Lubnau in here right now.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Back into the Zoom room and joining the conversation is Cowboy State Daily columnist Tom Lubnau. Tom spent a lot of time in the legislature, so he knows, he gets it. And we're going to talk about Checkgate. Today we learn from Claire McFarland's story. The investigation from the House side is complete. They found no funny business. Well, nothing funny about it. No illegalness, no bribery, but certainly we got to put checks and balances in place to make sure checks don't show up again on the House floor. Tom Lubnau's latest column includes my favorite line. You are a good writer, Tom.
Thanks.
I love this. The Wyoming people are tired of fat cats and political influencers trying to remodel the Wyoming legislature into something that looks more like a franchise location of a national political brand. We're going to talk about this outside influence, outside money. You noted it as far back as 2024. Was Checkgate just a down payment on the continuation of outside influence? What do you make of the world today in Cheyenne?
Well, I wasn't going to write anything more about Checkgate. I thought the results were predictable. But you're starting to see outside money in other campaigns. And I talked about a couple examples, that the same Checkgate people having closed-door fundraisers in Jackson to raise money. And we all understand that it takes money to run for office, but why is it that donors from Jackson are having closed-door meetings for people who haven't been in Wyoming a whole long time? And then the tipping point was the Young Americans for Liberty effort to draft Bo Biteman, where Young Americans for Liberty wrote in their ad, they want to surrender our state to radical bureaucrats and out-of-state special interests. And they're an out-of-state special interest. They're based in Austin, Texas. So why in the world are they saying that? Well, you know why they're saying that, because they want to take advantage of the sentiment that out-of-state influencers are trying to influence the state by saying they're not out-of-state influencers, which the irony is just thick.
Yeah.
So you know, well, they say money's the root of all evil, but it's also the key to getting elected. And so it's just important, I think, for the Wyoming voters to pay attention to whose hand is filling the pockets of your politicians. And when you have a block like you had in this legislative session, where they all voted exactly together with minimal debate, it makes it even more concerning. And then to have, what they have, 40 hours of debate on the budget, 240 amendments, and just brutal fights on the floor. And then to roll over, and except for the business council, they adopted essentially the governor's budget. There were two things out of the governor's budget: feeding poor kids, and the business council, they didn't really break it. They just kind of kicked the budget discussion down the road so they looked like they did something, because there's going to be a legislative session before the next year's funding for the business council comes, and the business council has to check some boxes, as Representative Williams said, but it's the governor's budget. And so you had those 240 amendments, you had all of those votes, hours and hours of debate, and then in 15 minutes they roll over.
That was my take as well. I didn't want to come out and say that because I don't have enough insight in the whole thing, but that's sure what it felt like. Tom Lubnau says, yeah, it was a lot of barking heading into the session from Appropriations Committee, and the bark never manifested into a bite, in my opinion. They did move the needle from way low, just start with the governor's suggestions and whittle down. If it would have been a lot quicker, and you wouldn't have been working long on that Saturday.
There's a marvelous clip, Jake, of Representative Harshman being critical of this whole negotiation on the floor of the House. And he says a lot about what I said. He says he's been in the House 24 years and never has he seen a committee roll over in 15 minutes like the committee he saw rolled over to the Senate. And he said, we had all this debate, and he was about to talk a little bit more, and Representative Bear jumped up and said, point of order, and said, I'm trying to remember the exact quote. Bear said, I think the representative is casting dispersions, he said. Of course, dispersion is spreading things out. Aspersions are the saying negative things about people. And then the speaker said, you need to be quiet, Representative Harshman. He didn't say it exactly like that. And Representative Harshman, being a good statesman, said, all right, I'll just sit down. But there was a lot of frustration by lots of members of the floor who had days of their life taken away on debates that were apparently pointless to the leadership of the House, who was the committee to negotiate. It was the Freedom Caucus leadership of the House was on that committee, and they just walked down the hall and gave up. So we lose, you win.
Yeah. If this block that shall not be named in the House that holds majority, if the intent was to grab headlines and plant seeds this session rather than harvest, perhaps they did that. But again, this outside influence, it is divisive to the party, is it not, Tom? In your day, you could wear the R, and we knew what the R meant. You were Republican, you were conservative. Today, there's outside influences like the Young Americans' Liberty that go on the attack in Wyoming politics. What is there? And it feels like they're trying to divide the red because they know attacking Democrats isn't, that's just, it's too easy. They're dividing Republicans.
Well, it started during my time in the House. What happened was during Obamacare, it used to be that a third of the Wyoming legislature was Democrats. And two things happened to cause that to change. There was the environmental movement, which was going to put lots of people out of work. So the Democratic Party was taking food away from people's children, literally. And then Obamacare happened, and people were mad that the federal government was going to, you remember the talk about death panels and all of that stuff. Well, what happened was the Democratic Party went from a third of the legislature where they could stop veto overrides unless you had a Democrat participate with you in a vote. You couldn't override a governor's veto. And in those days, we had, at the start of my time, a Democratic governor. And then because those events happened, the Democratic presence in our legislature became sort of a token presence. I mean, there are 5 or 6 members out of 60. And so the party didn't need to be unified anymore to stand up to that threat. And so we just, as typical R's do, they eat their young. And you find that traditionally with Republicans, if they find one blemish on a Republican's face, then we're going to kill them. Get the tar and feathers because they have a blemish. And depending on where you live, politics in Wyoming then used to be local. Now people are campaigning on national issues. And you see lots of bills this session aimed not at getting anything done. You talked about one with Representative Williams, the Second Amendment Protection Act, which, nice name to victimized law enforcement officers. But it's really hard to stand up to a gun lobby in Wyoming. And with all those gun lobbying commercials, you see right at the bottom of the commercial,
yeah,
if you want us to stand up for your rights, send us $1 million. And then the other one, the librarians bill, where if you want to protect librarians, then you're supporting pedophiles. Well, you're going to see that pop up as a campaign slogan, and you already see the Freedom Caucus adding up all of the budget amendments and saying we stood against $4.5 billion worth. Well, there wasn't $4.5 billion. There was a $9 billion budget. There weren't $4.5 billion worth of budget amendments there. It's just preposterous and deceptive advertising. And sometimes with that advertising, I think, well, that's not worth a quart of skin you're in.
Today's yesterday's rhino, which used to be a dirty word, is just today's Republican. To be called Republican and not a member of the Freedom Caucus Club means you're not really a Republican, I fear.
It's all local, and that's what the disconnect is. And I think that's why people are mad about, I'm sorry to talk over the music here, but I think people are just mad that their legislature is being co-opted, and that's the whole point of Checkgate. It isn't that somebody handed out checks on the floor. It's the cover up, and that people are mad. It's like, quit buying my legislature. That's mine. So,
and the response to Checkgate, which, was maybe unethical, unprofessional, but tone-deaf reaction to what was Checkgate was the most disturbing thing for Tom and I think. Tom, thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be on. Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Have a great day. We got to get to news. Let's do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Hunters and law enforcement tell Cowboy State Daily that the failure to pass a corner crossing bill really doesn't make any difference. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that House Bill 19 died in the Wyoming Senate on Monday.
That bill died in the Senate, but some people are saying that it doesn't make any difference because that 10th Circuit Court decision came down that more or less said it's legal, at least on federal land. And a lot of people are saying, you know what, that's good enough. Folks are going to do it anyway. And I did talk to the executive director of Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. Sheriff's departments just are not getting a lot of complaints about corner crossing, trespassing anyway.
If the bill had passed, it would have clarified in Wyoming statute what many argue that a federal court already established, that corner crossings between parcels of public land adjacent to private property isn't trespassing. A committee charged with investigating the so-called Checkgate controversy over handing out checks on the Wyoming House floor said Wednesday it found no bribery or wrongdoing. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the incident warrants a rules review, extra signage, and more training for legislators.
They treated it as a learning opportunity, saying we should develop a lesson on the institution of this house, avoiding the appearance of impropriety. The highlight was actually kind of a connection moment between Representative Steve Harshman of Casper and Representative Darren McCann, who's involved in the controversy, received a check. All of this kind of blew up. So Darren McCann said, a lot of you get to move on, but forever when you Google my name, this will come up. And Representative Steve Harshman, who has had rather an explosive controversy himself that he ended up apologizing for cursing at another member, said, hey, I've been there. We're in this. There's social media trolls and we deal with this, but we do heal and we can move on.
Special Investigative Committee Chair Art Washut from Casper read aloud to the House on Wednesday from a special report all 7 committee members signed. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, we don't just use natural resources, we take care of them. The land, water, and wildlife we depend on today were shaped by generations before us. Thoughtful stewardship means using what we need, protecting what matters, and leaving it better for those who come next. That's the lesson Wyoming kids are learning with Wyo Wonders. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Senator Troy McEwen tried on Wednesday to resurrect a bill that sought to pull sexually explicit books from children's sections in libraries. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that effort failed.
Senator Troy McEwen brought a motion to suspend the rules and resurrect House Bill 10. That's a bill that would implement a statewide book challenge process for sexually explicit books in children's sections of libraries. And if libraries refuse to follow that process, they could be sued. So McEwen brought it to kind of a late session, suspend the rules, resurrect this thing vote, and the Senate rejected that 13-18.
To resurrect House Bill 10, the Senate would have needed to secure a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. The Laramie County Sheriff's Office 3-day truck around and find out sweep of commercial trucks last week saw deputies nab 32 drivers who were in the country illegally, so says Sheriff Brian Kozak. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that support from truck drivers and industry groups are flooding in from across the United States.
A lot of them are responding with things like, hell yeah, go for it, keep it up. And it's coming from truckers. It's not the political side of it. It's because of safety, not because of Border Patrol or immigration. And Kozak, he said he's been getting a lot of support from around the country. People have been emailing him. He says the number one question he gets about it is how they can get one of his hats in his video.
The operation, according to Kozak, was a joint effort with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. And
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we start the next hour right off with special guest Demi Pummel. Is it Pummel? Hi, Debbie. I don't hear you for some reason. Jiggle your mic or, I don't hear you. You're not muted from what I can see. But sometimes the computer mic, you know how Zoom works. I don't. If I did, I'd be able to help you. My understanding of Zoom is limited. What does Zoom say is your audio input? That's where I go. I go to Zoom. And I go to audio, and where does it think the audio is coming from? And while Debbie figures out that tech aspect, I'll tell you who Debbie is. This is your 2026 Big YO Tourism Award winner. We didn't think after Diane Schober won this award last year, how can you possibly continue ascending? But we did. Hawaii native Debbie, Casper resident, and she's going to tell us maybe why we should come to Wyoming. Maybe first she could tell us how you figure out the mic input. No luck, Debbie? Oh, rats. I don't know. We might have to move you to another slot and have you do you have a 22-year-old in the building, a teenager, even a 13-year-old in the building? They sometimes make the best IT guys or gals. No. All right. Well, I might have to just cancel you out of here if we can't figure it out, because we are on radio, and even though we can see you mime answers on the video part, the audio part might not work. Debbie Pummel, she's going to be on. This is our second try, third time lucky. Next time we go to get her on, we will. A Casper resident for 33 years and the latest winner of the Wyoming's 2026 Big Wild Tourism Award for her efforts in the state's hospitality industry. And she ought to know. She comes from the heart of hospitality in Hawaii, where you get off the plane and they put flowers on you. I mean, dang. That's like welcome to Hawaii. Well, Wyoming even outdoes that. Wyoming's so good at promoting the state for tourism and visitation, and the number 2 industry now behind energy. Tourism, huge. Reasons to come to Wyoming, long list. And Debbie wrote the list. Let's say that. We'll have her on later when we can figure out the audio things. Meanwhile, coming up this hour, Senator Cheri Steimetz will be with us, and we'll talk about the rapidly ending 68th session, the legislative session, wrapping up, budget session, getting into the finish line anyway. They'll be almost done. Things a little quieter on the Senate side as far as budget talks and headline issues. There was no Checkgate over there. There was relatively smooth getting to a budget, starting with the governor's recommended budget, and just not a lot of sensationalized headlines, but a lot happened on the Senate side, and Senator Steimetz can get us up to date on what that was. Representative Landon Brown will also be here, so it's kind of an all political hour. That's why we needed Debbie, just to balance it out with a little bit of pro-Wyoming visitation. But we'll get her. We'll get her back on here. Don Day will be on shortly with a weather forecast, and we'll talk about, actually some weather. It's been super mild, lack of winter, but across the state today, I think you're going to be seeing the white stuff. Could be mixed with rain, but certainly weather into the picture today, tonight, and tomorrow.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Suckers. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Thanks for dropping in with us. Well, the Checkgate investigation, as far as the House investigative panel is concerned, is done, complete, and found no bribery, no misconduct, just bad optics. And that's kind of what we knew would come out of this investigation. What we, being me and Tom Lubnau, saw the end game here. And I don't understand how or why the Laramie County Sheriff's Office investigation shouldn't be just as easily completed. I mean, was a crime committed is what the sheriff's office will be concerned with. That sounds to me like, did you do anything unconstitutional? Is it bribery? Are you paying for votes? We just had the House say no. So I'm not sure what the holdup is at the SO. I mean, it was just a bad look. We've been saying that since the day it happened. It's a bad look, black eye. Allegations that it might have been more than a bad look from Democratic representatives, Mike Yin and Carly Provenza, who suggested, hey, let's just throw House Bill 141 right out the window. And we did. Basically, at least the Senate had no appetite for that. That bill was overtly backed by Rebecca Bextel, who handed out the checks. Now, how closely tied are the checks to that bill? Probably not real close. How close is Rebecca Bextel with HB 141? Very close. She's talked about that for a while, believing mitigation fees in Teton County, in particular, fees designed to mitigate the impact of housing, whether it's a private property owner looking to add a porch onto their house or big-time developers wanting to build a hotel. Everybody in Teton County that tries to build or expand or do something in development area is asked to pay a fine. Well, it wouldn't be called a fine. It's a fee to mitigate the impact for housing, recognizing there's a housing shortage everywhere in the world, everywhere in the United States anyway, and certainly Wyoming, definitely Teton County. Is it constitutional? Is it lawful to hit private property owners with this fee? House Bill 141, Rebecca Bextel and others like-minded say it's not right, it's not lawful. But we never discussed it because right out of the gate was Checkgate on day one. The House Special Investigative Committee announced yesterday, after convening last week, that they found no improprieties with the checks, but they wanted to erase any idea of what it looked like and the reverence that should be dedicated to the House floor, et cetera, et cetera. I think we all knew where this outcome was headed. Claire McFarland has it, and we all have been hearing about it ad nauseum from the day February 9th when Representative Nina Weber, Cody, Republican, escorted conservative activist Rebecca Bextel onto the House floor. There was some speculation of what credentials she even had to be there. And then the handing out of checks there on the House floor, checks that are totally legit if they're mailed or handed to somebody in the hallway of the Capitol building or at a restaurant later that night. But on the House floor gave that kind of a bad vibe look. And Carly Provenza, Representative Provenza, with the photo of all time. Oh, man. Don Day is going to get on here in a moment to do some weather forecasting. Do see snow showing up. Got a dusting I would say probably 1 inch here in Jackson. You're getting snow wherever you are. Hopefully, maybe that snow may mix with rain depending on how warm it gets when you get the precip. But for most of the state, and it has begun in the far west, in the southwest, definitely, and across I-80, and pretty soon statewide precip by certainly by the end of today. Some communities looking at a winter weather advisory. Of course, take that with a grain of salt. Doesn't take much today to get you a winter weather advisory. I'm seriously, in old days, Wyoming, like real winter Wyoming, a winter weather advisory, and you better go shop. There'd be nothing left on the shelves at the grocery store. You can expect to be grounded for days. Now, a winter weather advisory is just, it's going to be mostly cloudy today and probably under 40 degrees. That qualifies, I guess, as a winter weather advisory. 38 and partly sunny instead of, 45 and mostly sunny. That's a winter weather advisory anymore. It's just the barrier of expectation, or use your words, Jake. What am I trying to say? What qualifies to say winter weather watch, winter weather advisory is just so different today than it was in the old days. Take my word. I don't want to sound like the OG, but back in the old days, a winter weather advisory was like, get everything Carhartt and Cloudvale and put it on. Now a winter weather advisory is, again, not going to be sunny and hoodie weather. It might be a little more than that. What does a winter weather advisory mean, Don? Are we worried about this one?
Well, yeah, I mean, as the name implies, an advisory, it means it's one step lower than a winter storm warning. So it's just enough that you need to pay attention. It's just enough to be impactful. When you start getting into a winter storm warning or a blizzard warning, then you're talking about a bigger, more impactful storm. It really is about impacts in terms of how much the weather's going to be impacting things.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Y.dot interactive map. Don't see a lot of travel impacts yet, but we might. Starting down here in the southwest, Jackson, we got about 1 inch overnight. More to come, maybe?
Yeah, it's snowing in Evanston right now, and it is going to be in the far west counties of the state during the day today. The rest of the state, there will be some showers by late afternoon and evening, but the main event is going to be tonight and tomorrow morning for the central and the south. As you said, winter weather advisory, it's not a juggernaut. It's a rather disorganized storm, but it's still something. It's still going to bring, it already is going to bring some needed precipitation.
In one of these areas, let's say where there is a winter weather advisory for tonight and much of tomorrow, should I be worried about travel, cautious about travel? Is it going to be that wind-blown kind of snow that could reduce visibility or not?
Well, this system is a lot colder than the one that came in earlier in the week.
Yeah.
So it is likely, and with it starting tonight, even though road temperatures are still pretty warm, things could get icy. And there is going to be, especially in the southeast, a fair amount of wind tomorrow, blowing that around. So it always depends on where you're going. But since this is colder, if you're driving late afternoon, evening, at night, or in the early morning hours is when you're most at risk. This time of year, that sun angle even gets through the clouds, and you get melting. Watch those periods of time when the sun is setting or the sun is rising, and that's when things can get really icy.
Yeah, and when you tend to be the only one on the road, because a lot of traffic, especially the rush hours, tends to melt that road down for you as well.
Did you say rush hour in Wyoming?
Did
you actually say rush hour?
We got rush hours in Teton.
Well, that doesn't count.
Seriously, you factor in.
I've driven between Jackson and Wilson, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and over the pass. But the rest of Wyoming, we call it rush minute.
Yeah, I guess. Look, I've been here too long, Don, but I know better than to try to travel westward from Jackson at 5:15 on a Friday. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Tell
Okay.
me if
So,
there's
all right, I'll give you that. I'll give you rush hour in Jackson.
All right.
The Jackson Metroplex.
And certainly mountain passes could be a little bit tricky tonight.
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
I'll be looking for the traffic report.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
watch out. Hovering over Jackson today, it's bumper to bumper on 22. The busiest two-lane in the state. Right now, I guarantee it is packed. Do I have to go to the Y-Dot webcam? 'Cause I will. And they are lined up bumper to bumper, I'll tell you. Let's get into the Zoom room and visit with Senator Steimetz. Who's ready for that? I am. Senator Cheri Steimetz is on the show now. Hi, Senator. How's everything today?
Good morning. Good morning. It looks like another good day here in Cheyenne.
Okay, good deal. You're getting down to the finish line, wrapping things up. If the Senate had a piece of advice for the House, it would be start where we started with the budget. You would have got there a lot quicker. We did have a meeting of the minds. I was surprised how quick the conference and the committee found a way to close the gap. You pretty satisfied with how things came together, at least on the Senate side for you guys with less hours?
Sure, which freed up a lot more time to do other things. We should have been able to complete all of our bills. Unfortunately, we didn't. So, that brings up other interesting questions. So, as long as the citizens of Wyoming are happy with the budget, I'm happy with it. There are some key provisions as far as increased in DD waivers for those most disabled and among us that need the help, and our senior centers got a boost and state employees got raises, things like that. But having been on appropriations myself, I always like to start a little lower than the governor's recommendation and work our way up because the floor always puts more money in. So, we've been taught to go lower and end up higher, just like if you were dealing with something in your own business. So because things always inflate and the floor always wants to be generous with different things. So I we'll see what happens, and it will be interesting to see what happens with the business council as well.
Yeah, that's interesting insight actually on where you like to start. That's cool. Senator Cheri Steimetz with us. We will talk about work left undone, those bills that died in drawer. Is that an acronym, by the way, DID? No.
I don't know. I guess, I've heard that on Wikipedia, you can start making your own words and present them. So you could probably submit that, Jake.
I might do that. We'll talk about what never got introduced in just a moment. But let's get back to that budget and let's talk about some of the nuts and bolts of it. Beginning with the Wyoming Business Council, the idea of there's some, and I believe you, Senator Steimetz, that was for just a complete dismantle. What we end up with is the agency survives. A key component of it goes away. 1 year of funding is less than what I think the governor, and I think just a short leash, like a report card. We need to see more reports is what we got to. Are you satisfied, Senator Steimetz, or did you just want to see Business Council go fade off into the sunset?
Well, as government progresses through the years, we always have to reevaluate the programs we put in place. And that's just good government and good for taxpayers across our state. And I think what citizens expect, just like we do with our own businesses and households. The Business Council over the years, I believe, has gotten off task. We really have to look at what is the public purpose, what is the intention of what we're doing, and what is the benefit to the state and the taxpayer. And so I think when we talk about the Business Council, they need to refocus those goals. But the other thing to recognize is we've also implemented the grants office within the governor's office over the years. We have SLIB, which is administers the consensus block grant funding. That was a program that was in place when I first came into the legislature 12 years ago. It was very, very successful, but during budget cuts in 2016, we had to do away with that program. And so I would like to see us allocate those resources to consensus block grant, maybe be administered through the governor's grant office, because when you think about it, we're getting pretty administration heavy. I think they had 4 or 5 economists in the business council. And that's the other question with the funding that they sustain. If they don't have any money for programs, what are we actually paying them to do now? I mean, what are they doing? Maybe administering some of the things that have already been allocated. But anyway, so those are my thoughts. There's an attorney general's opinion that talks about Article 16.6, which prohibits us from giving donations to private organizations, which is also why I voted against the PRCA Rodeo bill, because it had 2 constitutional problems. One, we were giving a donation. We didn't have a contract for services on that. And then also we were, it's special legislation for one specific project. And so those 2 things in my mind made that bill unconstitutional. I totally support the idea. And if they were doing it with private donations, I'd be the first one there to try to help with that. But when you're talking about taxpayer dollars, we have some very strict prohibitions in our Constitution that we need to recognize.
That's interesting. I wasn't going to ask you about that, but maybe I should. And it's interesting to hear that you're for the general idea of attracting PRCA with money.
Absolutely.
But not if it isn't constitutional. That's the hang up. Was that the consent when we saw a no vote? Were most of your peers also concerned about, like, they didn't think we could do this?
No, they voted for it. It was in the budget, which is why I bring it up, and also a private bill. And there was a legislative memo on it, but for whatever reason, I was in possession of the memo. Senator Driscoll made an amendment that he believed helped the bill, but I hate to push back too much on it because I know the people really would like to see that. And I'm a great supporter of it as well, being raised on a family farm and ranch and an agricultural girl myself. Of course, we want to see that kind of development here. It completely fits our goals and our culture, and it's just a wonderful idea. But when we start talking about taxpayer funds, then we have some rules we need to follow.
This is Senator Cheri Steimetz representing Goshen, Niobrara, Weston counties.
That's right.
Senate District 3, and she's just a ranch girl at heart that knows the unpredictableness of first-year heifers. You never know when it's coming.
Yeah. So that's was one of my quotes to one of your reporters. It's like calving out first calf heifers. If anybody wants to know what the legislature's like, because you never know what's going to happen or when, you just need to be prepared. So that's what we try to do.
Sherry's learned to sleep with her muck boots on. Let's just say that with one eye open.
No, I take those off. Hey, but I do have those in my car in case it snows. So I have a pair for town without manure and the pair, for work.
You are so Wyoming.
Yeah. So we got to do it.
Let's talk about. I want to talk about property tax. It didn't come up a whole bunch in this budget session, but I've seen your take on it and the idea that property tax relief sounds great, but there may be a movement towards now understanding, what kind of revenue stream, what did it do to revenue? And this notion that property tax relief trims big government in Cheyenne is a misnomer. Talk about your views on property tax relief and some things we should be careful about.
Sure. Well, we actually have a bill to fix that came out of the Senate. I don't remember the number right offhand, but Senator Larry Hicks is the prime sponsor of that bill. I'm a co-sponsor. And what it does is, instead of take the money out of the local governments, it would shift that burden to the state, which is what I believe people really are wanting to see. So what this does is when we did the constitutional amendment to do the fourth class of property with a residential class, this would take that assessment down from 9.5 to 8.3. So that would give some relief. And then the mills are broken out to where the state receives part of the school mills, and that school mill would be zeroed out, and then the state would pick up that tab for the schools. So as far as taxpayer relief, it would be in the neighborhood of 30 to 40%. It would then repeal that 25% property tax reduction that they already received. And so that would be a solution. It's over in the House now. I think it should be on third reading today, obviously. So we'll see how that bill turns out. I think that would be a great way to tackle the problem, because it really puts the burden on the state instead of robbing resources from local governments, and it still gives the taxpayers relief. So I think it accomplishes everything we want to do, just in a way that's more nuanced than just a cut to local governments.
Before we talk about legislation that stalled out, one more thing on the budget, and that regards UW. And I know that on the House side, there was talk of withholding tens of millions. We got to a better place. You satisfied with where we are? I think there's just a holdup on 10 million until UW can prove up on looking for savings.
I thought it was five or 10, one of those two. I think UW has got some work to do. You know, it's a land grant university. And on my time in appropriations, one of the problems we found is there are sections of the university where we have degree programs and we're not graduating many students whatsoever. And to have a program that is a degree program is expensive. So we need to get back to what our missions are, to agriculture, energy, those things, teaching. We need teachers, we need nurses in the state of Wyoming. We need to refocus because we have a limited amount of resources with which to accomplish our goals as a state. And I think that the university needs to line up with the citizens of Wyoming. And while we're on that topic, when I began really looking into the University of Wyoming is when I had a complaint from a constituent in my area who was signing up for classes, and they were mandating that he take this course to sign up, and it had DEI, alcohol and drugs, kind of gender targeted things. And he refused to do so. And when he did, they said, well, you may not get any of your classes, and maybe this university just isn't for you. Maybe you need to find another place to be educated. This is a Wyoming generational person that the staff at the University of Wyoming is telling, why don't you go somewhere else? Because you don't really line up with our university anymore. And that's when I became laser focused on the university to say, are you serving our state? Because you work for us. And I think that's one of the problems we have in government right now is there are a few folks here and there, they're not prolific in Wyoming, but that just forget that they work for the citizens. And we need to bring that back. That's my job. I'm here to represent my county, my constituency, and recognize that the inherent power of government is in the people, that to protect their life, liberty, and property. And if we're not doing that, we're not doing our job.
Interesting to learn where that started for you, Senator Steimetz, and that.
Yeah, we have reasons. My grandkids are the sixth generation of my family to be raised in Goshen County. I'm proud of that. My family has a long history of service in public office. My my great uncle was a county commissioner. He was a Democrat, but he was a county commissioner. I'm a Republican. Two of my cousins have been county attorneys and one a district court judge. And, we take service seriously in my family, and representing it's our family, friends, and neighbors, and that's the other part about funding local governments. I get along very well with my county commissioners, my county clerks. I try to have meetings with them before we come down here so we know what effect legislation might have on them. And the people serving in those offices are our family, friends, and neighbors. That's who they are. So I think we can work together to solve the problems that citizens in Wyoming are facing and make sure our state's going in the right direction.
Yeah, what began for Senator Steimetz, and I think a lot of people, was scrubbing the DEI woke stuff and curriculum out of the university.
Yeah.
It's now become this broader movement to just find low enrollment nonsense curriculum, get rid of it, and get back to practical, like you can use this degree to, when you get out of college.
Let's see our development in oil and gas. We have such an opportunity under the Trump administration and we need more nurses and doctors. We need veterinarians. But at the end of the day, we also want to be serving our children. They could build a business. We want to empower their future to where, and I know a lot of people worry about our young people leaving the state, but I think that we need to put more trust in them and realize they know what's best for their life. And most of them eventually come home. They want to explore a little bit. They're adventurous and they want to get out and spread their wings a little. So I'm not as concerned about that as I am, giving them the opportunities that they want and need and that can develop our state and make sure that we keep going in the direction that our forefathers set before us. They were very wise in setting up the Hathaway Scholarship and giving our kids opportunity and prioritizing education in our state.
We're talking to State Senator Cheri Steimetz, Republican, in fact, double Republican because there's 2 R's in Torrington.
My goodness. Now, I've heard all of the jokes about bilingual because we used to live north of Lingle and just recently downsized a little bit and moved closer to Torrington. But I hear the joke about bilingual all the time, but I never heard the 2 R's in Torrington.
I'm going to submit all this to Wikipedia, including my clever acronym.
There you go. You could just start your own Jacopedia.
Yep, my own vocabulary. People say that I have my own, I'm living on my own planet, Jacopedia.
This is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. I thought you might grill me.
All right. We might get there because
okay.
We'll do one grilling and one layup. Here's the layup. Legislation that never got there, failed legislation. I think House Bill 141 was doomed by the whole Checkgate. It didn't happen in your chamber, but were there merits to it? Is it onerous on private property owners and rights, if not unconstitutional, to have them pay a fine for development?
Absolutely. That housing mitigation fee is a takings, and it's prohibited by our Constitution without just compensation. And so that was an amendment that we tried to put on to another bill last session, and we were assured by leadership that it was not germane, and that was why they didn't take it up. So they wanted to do it in a bill this session. It's unfortunate that this bill was attached to other things that happened in this legislative session. And the reason I was a proponent to bring it out is, people are being affected by this every day, not just in Jackson, it's spreading across the state. And I've even heard rumblings about it here in Laramie County in the capital city. And so it was a very important bill to take up on behalf of the citizens. And honestly, the other issue that I had with the whole process is being told that we would be under investigation, our phones would be confiscated, all of these things if we took up this bill. Well, under our Constitution, an issue up for debate is protected. We cannot be intimidated by people threatening investigations and things into legislation. That is protected by our Constitution to debate an issue. And legislators are protected from that because we need fair debate. We can't be coerced by threats that a bill has something attached to it. And so I was absolutely for hearing the bill and being just disconnecting it from all the rhetoric that has happened this session. And it was unfortunate that it did, but the bill deserved a fair hearing. And so I was a proponent of that.
Now for the grilling part, Senator Steimetz, abortion came up in a budget session, if only because of the recent state Supreme Court decision. In fact, we had a Supreme Court justice speak on day one, right after the governor's state of the state. So it was forefront, definitely in this session. Talk about Senate Joint Resolution 4. And the grilling part is this lawmakers' reaction to a decision you don't like is to change the rules. Well, we don't like your decision, so we're going to change who's in there and who gets in the club and how they get there. Or would you have preferred our Supreme Court is assembled in a different way, even before you knew how the abortion decision would go?
Actually, this is a bill that we've considered before. This one was tweaked a little bit. In fact, I think it might have been my first year in the Senate. We brought Senate confirmation of Supreme Court justices, and we had several retired justices come before us. So this isn't a new idea. It definitely politically, when you're moving bills forward and addressing public concerns, it was politically on the forefront of people's mind in this session, but it is not a new idea. That bill did a few things. It changed how the Judicial Nominating Commission was structured. It changed the fact that we would need Senate confirmation for that. And I think we should have Senate confirmation. I think it should be an interim topic that we look at because two of the last governors have appointed their own staff members to the Supreme Court. One was a staff member, one was the Attorney General. So in essence, about the same thing. And that has a huge impact on the state. And I also believe it's a problem with separation of powers, because when you take someone that is serving in the executive branch appointed by the governor and then put them in the Supreme Court, just the optics of it may not be any ill intent of theirs, but the optics of it, and we've seen a lot about optics this session, a lot about optics. The optics of it are bad, and citizens out across the state feel like that's a problem.
It is a blurring of the branches of government. You're right. Senator Steimetz, fantastic. It's Senate File 4, by the way. I mean, had it been a general session, it would have been close. But in a budget, sure. Bringing it back next year, probably some version of it.
We'll see what's on. The Senate always has limitations on bills, so we don't have as much flexibility. So we'll see what the citizens need and want next year. There's a hit and run bill that really needs to pass for Goshen County, and it died this year on the House side in the general file.
Well, thank you for all the work you're doing in Cheyenne. Hope you can wrap things up, get back to Torrington.
Nice to meet you.
You probably have some calving to do here pretty quick.
No, we had to sell our cattle when I went into the Senate, but that's the sacrifice you make sometimes.
Well,
have a nice day.
You probably sleep better at night. Yeah,
I do.
Have a great day.
I do. Have a great day.
You too. Senator Cheri Steimetz on the show, the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a break. Coming right back after this stuff.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
To the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. It's time to check in with what happened on this day in history. It's March 5, by the way. Historic date in history? Kind of, a little bit. This was the day, all the way back in 1766, that France ceded Louisiana to Spain. And this would, and eventually, the Louisiana Purchase and the forming of the United States west of the Mississippi, all that. Yeah. All of that was put in motion, kind of, when France decided, you know what, we have enough problems running France here with our constant warring against England. Here, Spain, you can have Louisiana. 1766. I so find it fascinating that these European nations, England, France, Spain, all stuck a flag in what is now the United States and said this part is ours. And how do you even govern this land? You don't even set foot on it. You don't know what's in it. I mean, this was like the new Americas. This was, other than a few grizzled trappers, there was very few white people that even knew what it looked like. And yet you had Spain and England and France saying, it's ours. What is? You don't even know. It's just so interesting time of history. 1836 this day, a guy named Samuel Colt, you know the last name, manufactured his first pistol. It was a .34 caliber Texas model, and we had the Colt revolver this day in 1836. Also, this very same day in 1836, when Samuel Colt manufactured that first revolver, this was the end of the 13-day siege at the Alamo in San Antonio, Texas. 1876, Bill Hickok married Agnes Thatcher, one of the most celebrated weddings in Wyoming ever. This was in Cheyenne, 1876, this day. How many people get married March 5th? It's today, this day and age. That would be an unusual time, early March, to be married. Bill Hickok, Agnes Thatcher, married this day in Cheyenne. Also, same day, same year, nighttime raid is attempted on Crook's command on the Powder River expedition, but it is detected prior to the attack. 1876, of course, it would be the same year of Battle of Little Bighorn, right? Battle of the Greasy Grass. 1884, this day, Territorial Governor Hale approves an act creating Fremont County. Happy birthday, Fremont County. 1884. The first school in Casper opened on this day in 1889. It was a subscription school opened by Mrs. Ada Allen. Schools of this type were very common during the period. 1933, this day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt declares a bank holiday, closing all U.S. banks, freezing financial transactions. This day, 1933. And finally, on this day, in 1992, the Worland Ranch was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. All these things happened this day, March 5th. Will Rasmussen, what's going on in the rodeo world? Let's check in with the Western Ag Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, our guest is Flint Rasmussen. He recently made an appearance in the dirt, in the rodeo dirt at Rodeo Rapid City. He's been in the exclusive entertainer of the PBR, so this was a rare appearance. He also did an Outside the Barrel, his stage show that has become famous. We'll talk to him how that all came about when we come back.
Hi, this is Jim Felton of Felton Angus here in Racetrack, Montana. I'm inviting everyone to attend our 53rd annual production sale March 13th at the ranch. If you're looking for bulls that are long, thick, growthy, pap-tested, and are good-footed, country-covering rascals, we would like to talk to you. We offer free nationwide delivery and $500 bull bucks to anyone making a purchase. Check us out at feltonangus.com or give us a call at 406-220-1177, and the sale will be broadcast live on Superior and DV Auction.
Grounded from Helena is a powerful adjuvant that can take your herbicide application to the next level. It reduces AI loss from UV light and off-target movement while improving deposition and absorption. All to help you unleash precision in every spray application. Spray smarter with Grounded from Helena. Always follow label instructions and check registration before use. Contact your Helena representative to learn more.
Amy Sutton Muller, the granddaughter of Jim Sutton, who has a huge hand in the production of Rodeo Rapid City, got a hold of you, and what happened?
Yeah, she had reached out a little, and I was kind of in the process of looking around it to do some different things, and she said, "What about a show?" And I said, "And what about if I do an appearance in the arena?" Yeah, we could work that out. And we just started picking each other's brains. And honestly, it took a while. It all started with her dad, Steve, calling me saying, "Well, if you ever want to get out of that PBR office, come to Rapid City, let me know." And so then I reached out to her because she's kind of the boss. And so it did take a while to put it all together, honestly, just to really navigate how to, there's a process to putting a show in a theater like that. Is it a ticketed event? The first ones, it was $25 and they got 2 drink tickets. So we just made it free, and she got a sponsor for it. And so, yeah, we got it all put together, and travel, and, I wanted to make an appearance in the arena. So talked to my friend Justin Rumford, who's the clown there, and he's all for it. We're very good friends, so that helped.
Flint Rasmussen, the award-winning entertainer on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Thank you, Will. Western Ag Network, all up to date on all things rodeo. Once again, breaking news yesterday for you folks in the Jackson Hole area and anybody who's all about, wearing neon NASCAR racing kind of sled necks. The Jackson Hole Snow Devils regret to announce the 2026 World Championship Snowmobile Hill Climb has been canceled due to insufficient snow conditions on the course, which is Snow King Mountain. It is one of the most vicious 1,500 feet of vertical drop you have ever skied, man. The kind that makes your legs spaghetti, and it's equally challenging to go up it in a snow machine or anything else, but conditions just have not had the winter to be able to do hill climb this year at Snow King. That's a tough decision. A lot of folks gonna be bummed out by that, but no 2026 World Championship Hill Climb. It's been canceled. If you bought tickets for the event, you can get them refunded or apply them to next year. If you got hotel rooms, I don't know. That might be a different issue. We're halfway through the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. 2 more hours to come. Thanks for being with us, and stay with us, will you? Time for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A committee charged with investigating the so-called Checkgate controversy over handing out checks on the Wyoming House floor said Wednesday it found no bribery or wrongdoing. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the incident warrants a rules review, extra signage, and more training for legislators.
There was no bribery or misconduct, according to the special committee's findings. They treated it as a learning opportunity, saying we should develop a lesson on the institution of this house, avoiding the appearance of impropriety. Management Council should consider putting more signage at the entrance to the chamber, and this is a good time for a rules review. The highlight was actually kind of a connection moment between Representative Steve Harshman of Casper and Representative Darren McCann, who's involved in the controversy, received a check. All of this kind of blew up. So Darren McCann said, a lot of you get to move on, but forever when you Google my name, this will come up. And Representative Steve Harshman, who has had rather an explosive controversy himself that he ended up apologizing for cursing another member, said, hey, I've been there.
Special Investigative Committee Chair Art Washut from Casper read aloud to the House on Wednesday from a special report all 7 committee members signed. TerraPower was approved Wednesday for a construction permit to build a first-of-its-kind nuclear power plant near Kemmerer. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports this is the first such approval in 10 years.
It's the first nuclear construction permit that the federal government has issued in about 10 years. But it's also for this very new, one-of-a-kind type of plant that nobody's ever built before. So in a lot of ways, it's breaking a lot of ground, literally in Kemmerer and figuratively in the industry. And so today's announcement that construction permit has been approved means that TerraPower can actually start building the actual reactor.
The National Regulatory Commission announced the approval of the project's construction permit, which will allow the Bill Gates-backed company to start working on the building about 4 miles outside of Kemmerer. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. The land is one of Wyoming's greatest teachers. It shows us that carelessness has consequences, and thoughtful management creates abundance. Programs like Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom and WYO Wonders help young people learn how science, agriculture, and conservation work together. Our curriculum, WYO Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A head-on crash on Sunday evening has left a Torrington family of 3 without a father and a Buffalo father of 4 in the hospital. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that authorities say no cause has yet been determined.
Andrew Winter was on his way from Torrington to Gillette, and Cody Thomas was on his way from Buffalo down to the Wyoming Police Academy in Douglas when their cars collided on Sunday night. Andrew Winter died at the scene, and Cody Thomas was air flighted to Casper's Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for treatment.
Wyoming Highway Patrol spokesman Landon Brown says a crash report for the incident on Highway 59 between Gillette and Douglas has not been completed, and no cause has yet been determined. The Wyoming Department of Education has completed a week-long review of a Rock Springs special education program. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that this comes after complaints of staffing and supervision of special education children, as well as responsiveness and transparency concerns.
The Wyoming Department of Education is not saying a whole lot about the special monitoring that happened last week because they still have a report to do. They said a written report is going to be available within 60 days. Dickie Shaner, who is the Department of Education's chief of staff, said that his monitoring team encountered a caring and concerned group of teachers, parents, and staff during their visit.
School District Superintendent Joseph Libby tells Cowboy State Daily in an email that the district's staff and faculty were professional and cooperative throughout the monitoring process. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show. They canceled Hill Climb. Give me K. Oh, you know that. No snow. There's a little bit of snow out today, though, in western Wyoming. Day weather forecast calling for snow rain mix headed your way likely tonight and tomorrow. For some of us, we already have seen the first shot of a bit of a weather system, winter weather advisory. Justin out of Casper pops in on the Facebooks, wants to know, why do you block people from your Facebook page that criticize police officers? I don't know that we do. If I'm seeing your post, I can't imagine you're blocked. We don't block people critical of law enforcement, but we do note when those people are critical and mail those on to the local PD. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I see your post, so I don't think you're blocked. Let's get into the Zoom room, see what Mark Hines is up to. That's always interesting. You never know with Mark. Mark, don't bring your snowmobile to Jackson. The hill climb's canceled.
Yeah, I heard about that. Well,
you ever seen that? You ever been to it?
No.
Pretty fun. At least once.
Fun till someone loses an eye.
It's all fun and games till somebody loses a $30,000 snow machine.
There you go.
Yeah. Watching one of those tumble down the hill is fun.
Oh, I bet you, yeah.
It's all about the wrecks, man. I remember the one year I was really into it was years ago, and the story had been done a million times. World Championship hill climb, sled heads, aim straight up, see who can high mark on Snow King, been there, done that. Everybody knew about it. So I thought the angle would be, I'm going to find the first woman who's ever going to get to the top. At that time, no female had ever summited, had ever made it. And I found a local teacher, Shyla Dalebout, and she came from a family that, man, they forgot more about sleds than you and I will ever know. I thought Shyla's going to get there. She is going to, and I titled the story Queen of the Hill, and I said she going to make it to the top, and she proved me right. Way to go, Shyla. She did first one. Cool. Yeah, it was really cool. That was fun year. And it gets bigger and bigger.
Not this year.
Not this year. Not happening.
Well, no, not enough snow.
Yeah, I mean, it's good or bad for wildlife, or kind of both? I don't know.
Well, I think the relative lack of moisture isn't good for anything. But
yeah,
yeah.
We'll pay the price for that. We'll see how March and April do, though. Let's talk about House Bill 19 and the whole corner crossing issue. We may not have ever needed House Bill 19, I guess.
Some people are saying that, Some are still adamant that we need something, and others are saying, the decision by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals suffices, so let's proceed. And I think old Buzz pointed out that, long before that whole debacle in Carbon County ever got started, people were doing it anyway. So
yeah,
I mean, but no, there's still some people that say, hey, we want some clarity on this. I mean, does that 10th Circuit ruling, does that apply only to federal land? What about state land? What about lands owned by the counties? So, there still seems to be a lot of questions out there that people want answered. But apparently, at least by the Senate's judgment, this bill was not the bill to do it. So maybe we'll see another one in the 27 legislature.
Yeah, I think lawmakers who are worried about law maybe think there's a need for it. But as far as actual corner crossers, they've been doing it, will continue to do it, and now feel even more justified and vindicated by the 10th Circuit.
Sure, and we could see some interesting trespassing cases arise from this. Who knows? I mean, because we say hunters, but it's not just hunters. A lot of research scientists, anthropologists, land surveyors, people like that have to, corner cross between public land parcels when they're doing their research. And then, of course, you have bird watchers and, other, people that are just out hiking. So, I mean, it's often framed in terms of, hunters on one side of the topic and landowners or ranchers on the other. But no, there's a plethora of people who corner cross.
Yeah.
Do you know what movie reference that is to, the word plethora?
No.
Oh, come on, Jake. You've got to know.
I did notice.
Let me give you a bigger hint. Would you say a plethora of piñatas? I'd let a young person off the hook, but someone of age, I can't believe you don't instantly know that reference.
You'd be surprised of how many movies I have not seen.
It's from Three Amigos, dude. Chevy Martin Short and Steve Martin. That's a classic. Yeah, what'd you say?
I have not seen that one.
You need to watch it.
Nor have I enjoyed Dumb and Dumber either.
The first one was awesome.
Oh, God. So much I'm learning about Mark Hines now. So much more is made clearer about how.
I mean, in terms of just low-brow, dumb comedy, there will never be anything better than Up in Smoke. That's the template upon which all other dumb comedy is based. Nobody ever did it as well.
That is the Oscar-winning dumb movie. Yes, Up in Smoke.
Dim-witted comedy that's bad. It's hysterical. Yeah.
True enough.
Cheech and Chong. Yeah.
Well, Colorado's up in smoke in many ways. They did you find out what happened yesterday? They were considering.
Apparently the commission approved that.
They banned trapped fur.
And that. And my understanding is that was against the recommendation of the department. I mean, a lot of some people don't recognize the distinction. It's like when you say, like here in Wyoming, you say Wyoming Game and Fish Department, that's the agency. You say Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, that's the governing body. And even though in Colorado, the department said no, the commission said yes. So that, that could have some implications. Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colorado, we knew it would be a big meeting, expected to be emotional, powder keg. Colorado considering banning trapped wildlife fur, and apparently did so. The commission's the policy.
The commercial sales.
Yes.
Yeah. Which, the proponents were saying, hey, look, this isn't a ban on trapping, but the opposing side was saying, no, that, maybe you're not calling it that in so many words, but that it is effectively what it is. So,
yeah. And
you are correct. A highly, volatile subject.
And really, it feels like the writing's on the wall for trapping. There's just less and less taste for it anymore. It feels like an 1800s thing. A lot of people think it's even hunters and meat eaters feel that trapping is come and gone as far as,
Some people think that way, but other people still see a lot of value in it. So, I don't know that we'd have a similar measure in Wyoming, but you never know. It's kind of, it's really, even though we're neighboring states and we're both more or less square in shape, it's really apples and oranges comparing anything between Colorado and Wyoming, because of course, Colorado has the Denver Boulder metro area, which creates a completely different dynamic that we just don't see here in Wyoming. We don't have that.
Very true. What two bordering Rocky Mountain states that if you didn't read newspapers, you'd say, well, they must have very common interests and be very similar. And you're right, man. Not so politically anyway.
No.
We got our eye on West Virginia and whether I should order my machine gun now. Implications in Wyoming. Like I said, no matter what they decide, I would not be ordering a machine gun. I'd be ordering two. When can we buy ours?
I don't think it. I don't think it means that folks can mount a belt-fed machine gun on the roof of their trucks or anything like that. At least according to what George Mascari, who's pretty well-versed guy in firearms law, he said basically it would increase the pool of available fully automatic weapons because it would lift that stipulation off those that were made after 1986. But he said, to his knowledge, it wouldn't mean that it's be the same as it is to own one now. Sure, you can have if you have all the proper certifications, you can have one, but you can only go fire it on a closed target range. You can't. You can't pack it around the streets. With,
I know.
Mounted on your truck.
That would explain right now while I'm trying to online purchase my next Jeep, and I got the lift kit and then the whole jihadi terrorist package.
You want to put a Ma Deuce on it? Is that what you want? Browning 50 cal.
The jihadi package is grayed out right now. I can't select that. And
no, you're getting ahead of yourself. That's probably not going to happen.
I can't tell you how hard parking is in Jackson right now without a mounted 50 caliber. I'm like, that's my space. Let's see what else is happening with your stories. Wolves and bears getting along? No.
That photographer just happened to catch a highly specific moment, and and he swears it's not. A lot of people see that image and go, "That's AI." But he said, "No." He took that several years ago before AI was even really a thing. And both he and the administrator of that website where he posted it, they both stand by the authenticity of that photo. But the story behind the story is that it doesn't show this, Joni Mitchell folk song lovey-dovey moment between bears and wolves. it just shows the circumstance where he happened to catch that moment where a curious young bear ran into close proximity of some wolves. But generally, they're not fighting all the time, but they're not best buddies either. I guess, Jake, the take-home message is nature really isn't a Disney movie. In case you haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, no, I've been to Yellowstone backcountry. No bear hugs and lobos, no. Although I've seen them share close confinement, even with prey, even with a carcass. Like the bear knows he can't catch the wolf. The wolves will come and I want a piece of that, and they're so quick. The bear's like, whatever. My
favorite story I've done along those lines is remember a couple of years ago when that coyote snuck up and bit Grizzly 610 on the butt.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was hysterical.
Like, whoa, that's some nerve.
Yeah.
Coyotes and wolves, they're just they got a playfulness and they're not going to stand there in front of a bear, but they don't mind messing with them every now and then.
That was hysterical.
As far as I can remember, they've been blasting crows out of trees in Riverton. They have so many crows in that town. I don't know why.
We don't have any this year.
No?
That's old. Old Dan Kinnaman said that, he hasn't done any hunting this year because of that. And I didn't realize it until he mentioned it because, I live kind of, way out on the periphery of town and lots of trees. And it's like, I haven't heard a single caw. It's like, he's right. They're not here. So I guess the migration patterns are messed up because of the,
We had one listener suggested they're all over in Crowheart.
Maybe they are.
Riverton's
they might have just switched their paths. Who knows?
Riverton's always had a mess of crows. And
you're correct. That's usually true, but man, not this year.
That's interesting. Yeah, let's see. What else? You had the story about the Life Touch photos. The connection to Epstein is shaky at best.
Some people really have misgivings about that. And in other states, they've taken it to a few other states, they've taken it to the level where school districts are severing ties with that company. But there are other people, as you are skeptical. They say, okay, so an investor from another company might have had some stocks from the parent company in his portfolio after Epstein died. So I see what you're saying. Some people are saying the connection's too thin, and some people are saying that's enough. So that's enough to to worry me. And Life Touch did do damage control. Like I said, they put out a public statement, and they also directly emailed numerous school superintendents, including the one in Albany County. So
Mark, it's a Markine story from March 1st. Wyoming parents push for schools to dump Life Touch photos after alleged Epstein ties. The ties are shaky at best, in my opinion. 3 degrees of separation. This is like 33 degrees of separation. Life Touch, owned by Shutterfly. Another company, Apollo Global Management, is an investor in Shutterfly, and Apollo's former CEO, Leon Black, had supposed financial ties with Epstein. Wow. Meanwhile, the average photographer dude from Life Touch, when he shows up on the high school to take photos of your seniors, he has no idea of any of this, or he or she. It's just, I don't know.
Well, some parents are looking at the larger issue of should we vet photographers more? Should we put them through the same background check? But say someone who's applying to be a coach or a youth pastor, they might typically go through the whole fingerprinting and this and that process. But the superintendent of the school district just down the road from me in Lander said, we're already, anytime anybody comes into the school, we make them run their ID and we put them through a kind of an instant background check system. So we don't just let anybody come waltz to our school with a camera and start taking pictures of kids.
Anybody with access to kids, whoever they are, bus driver, photographer.
I think that sentiment is pretty universal, that you just don't let.
Yeah,
you got to be careful who you let around kids.
Yeah. All right, Mark. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you too, man.
Mark Hines on the Cowboy State Daily Show. I gotta go watch some movies, some dumb movies. Three Amigos. I know of it, but I've never seen it. Let's take a break. I got more guests coming up this hour, hopefully. I think Jordan Glass is going to be here momentarily after this break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Joining the discussion next is Jordan Glass. Jordan's a postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of Zoology and Physiology at UW, the lead author in a paper entitled Induced Airflow Cools Hovering Bumblebees. Bumblebees are my spirit animal. I mean, bees are really up against it right now. We've heard about that, like disappearing bees, dying bees. Where are all the bees? We need bees to perform their role in pollination. I mean, what would happen if the bees collapsed? We would collapse, like totally. Bees are crucial, and I love the bees. Jordan probably does too, but this idea that bees cool themselves by flying, hovering, flapping, their wings are cooling them. That's crazy. Is that what you set out to do, Jordan? Or were you trying to discover the, I don't know, silly putty and you invented penicillin? What were you trying to do? Prove that bees could cool themselves?
Yeah, well, as you pointed out, bees, super important. They pollinate our crops and a lot of the wild plants here across Wyoming. What we set out to do was really simple, but it was surprisingly overlooked. We were curious, flight is really demanding. They generate a lot of heat when they fly. And so you're wondering, well, how do they not just fall out of the sky? They overheat. And so we were just curious, like, what is their ability, or what is the mechanism that allows them to stay cool? And so what we wanted to look at is if this flapping of their wings actually gave them a benefit so that they can be able to go out and pollinate on warmer days.
Yeah, but I mean, bumblebees, when I think of the bumblebee, those fuzzy, they're wearing a fur coat, so they got to be already hot. We're talking about, you're not supposed to say global warming, climate change, whatever. I mean, come on, look at the temps we brought. This is the all-time warmest winter on record for Wyoming. It is getting hotter, and what is that doing to bees? We need to discover all challenges bees face, whether it's pesticide or whatever, and that may include warmer temps. So understanding if bees can cool themselves and how it does now feel suddenly pretty important. I want to know how the heck you did it. Let's talk about that. How can you measure airflow? How do you do the metrics of this? Body temperature, airflow speed, the whole wing beat kinematics. How do you even do that?
Yeah. So as anybody who's seen a bee approach a flower, the flower kind of moves. They actually produce quite a bit of wind. And so first thing we needed to do is we put these air sensors around this little foraging platform so that they could fly close to it and we could measure how much wind their little wings are actually making. And it's actually pretty high. It's like 3 feet per second. And that allows them to be able to, so it creates this wind. So we knew how much wind they created. And then we built this wind tunnel, and we used dry ice and warm water to create kind of a fog. And then we flowed that over the bees so that we could look at how much of that wind was actually interacting with the insect's body. And so as it was flowing down, it tapers down to the width of the wings and then gets pushed down in these little twirling vortices at the bottom. And so we knew, okay, that wind is actually hitting their bodies. It's likely cooling, but we needed to know how much. So then we took dead bees, because when they fly, they do lots of different things, and they don't really like to have temperature probes put in them when they're alive. So we took these dead bees and we put them in a simulated, the same wind tunnel, except this time we changed the shape of the wind so it would be that same shape as the bee. And then we heated them up, and then we measured that cooling that's caused by this wind. And what we found was really surprising. When we incorporate this cooling effect into our simulations, body temperatures match what we see bees flying around with. Good stuff. But when you take it away, these bees overheat in just a couple minutes. So it's really a very important mechanism they use to keep cool on hot days. That surprisingly, not that it was ignored, researchers have known about this for a long time, but we were the first to be able to quantify it.
Interesting how you were able to recreate all these things in the lab. Did you, for instance, did you know it would be okay to use the fog created from dry ice? That wouldn't hurt the bees. You knew that.
Yeah. So we actually took the idea from people who study birds. And so they'll fly these birds in this wind tunnel, and they have that fog going over so that they can visualize stuff. And all it is CO2, but there's so much air in the chamber we built that it doesn't cause any problems for them.
Crazy. So we found a measurable difference in how much the wings could cool a bee off. Are you 41 degrees Fahrenheit cooler from that action of wing flapping?
Yeah, it can cause a significant amount of cooling, which is what's really cool about it is they have to flap to fly, right? That's what is required for them to be able to carry whatever they're carrying, nectar, pollen, or just themselves through the air. It's just physics.
Yeah.
Right. But it's got this built-in benefit that it can actually cause, it helps them kind of a built-in cooling system that allows them to be able to function on warmer days and can have problems on cooler days.
Yeah, that's incredible design. The temperature that should be raised by the act of flying, yes, it takes energy and it makes the bee hotter, but the bee cools itself down. So can we apply this to any bees' behavior in nature. When, like, for instance, Jordan, when I see a bee hovering next to a flower, I think the bee is like deciding whether there's enough pollen in there. He might just be cooling himself down for a minute. I don't know. What are the bees doing when they hover?
Well, what's wild about this is we're talking about an animal with the size of their brains are really small, like a grain of rice, right? And so what they're doing is incredible, and that it just seems to be kind of built in. It's not that they're processing and saying, okay, I need to go down here, but I also need to cool. Like, they're making decisions on the fly. And so it's incredible what they can do. And what's really interesting is, so during hovering, that can cool them quite a bit, but it's only cooling them from where their wings are down. It's not really interacting with the top of their body. But when they fly fast through the air, that actually cools them even more. And if you've ever been out on a hot day, they fly much faster on hot days than they do on cooler days, just to take advantage of that forced convection, just being forced to cool by going faster.
See, if as a casual observer, I would assume bees are take a long time deciding what plant they want to land on. They may be cooling themselves, and I thought they get the zoomies like my cat, but no, they're cooling themselves down all the time. And bees aren't dumb. Bees will also understand that, hey, the wings can't do everything. I'm not going to hang out in the direct sunlight, and when it's 89 degrees, I'm going to get in the shade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're queuing in on temperature. They're trying to make decisions about, okay, is it worth for me to go out? What's really interesting is you can go out on a day that looks like it's going to be like, oh, this is pristine bee flying day, and you won't see them. And then other days where it's not as ideal to us as bigger organisms, and you'd think, oh, they wouldn't be out, but they are. And so they're making decisions based on what they can do, functionality, behavior, all this stuff. That's really fascinating that we really are just scratching the surface of. And you made a great point earlier. It's really important for us to, no matter how you feel about, global warming or whatever, it's important for us to understand what's the functional range of these. Like, you're not going to take a vehicle out to go off-roading if you don't know its functionality, its ability to function in what you're going to put it through. And so if we can understand that about bees, then it's going to give us a better chance just to try and keep around as many as we can going forward.
Yeah, just understanding. Do bees like it hot? Do they like it cooler? What is the temperature range optimal for a bee? All these things, understanding how a bee cools itself, it all goes into a database, I would assume. And that's my next question, Jordan. You discovered in all the research done about bees, and it's a growing body because we're trying to understand what is going on with this insect that we vitally need to play its role in the ecosystem. Like, why is it disappearing? Its numbers. Is there a concentrated effort? This paper came out on February 18th, induced airflow cools hovering bumblebees. Are other bee fanatics, bee researchers clued into this paper? Are they going to say, let's add this to the growing body of knowledge about bees? This is important.
Yeah, luckily for us, it's always nice when you set out to answer a question and then other bee researchers are like, whoa, we hadn't thought of this before.
Yeah,
maybe
nobody
we should start
asked
really
that.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's, again, it's not anything new. It's not a new idea. Everybody who's had a bee fly by them, you can feel that little bit of wind. But we just at the time, we didn't have the technology, and also we just didn't have somebody who wanted to set out and answer it. So yeah, I think it's going to be really appreciated. It's going to open there's a lot of things we don't know. Like, on a hot day, do they flap faster to cool more? Kind of like when we tread water. Imagine swimming at a lake. You can tread water really fast and flapping your arms, or you can go really nice and slow and wide things. Usually when you jump into cold water, you're paddling hard, and it's not because you need to do that to stay afloat. It's because you're cold and you got to keep those muscles warm enough to function. So yeah, this opens up a lot of avenues and a lot of new questions that we're going to be able to chase down in the future, so we can better understand these important little bugs.
This new study, incredible study, just one more piece to the puzzle about understanding bees, understanding how flying insects manage heat exchange, critical for predicting their survival in dynamic thermal environment. A nice way of saying global warming. But whatever.
We just have a lot of variation, right? Like you said, we had a really unseasonably warm winter. Not much snow, really warm. So really, and this is my personal curiosity, I just want to see what nature can throw at these guys and how tough are they and can they roll with the punches?
Yeah, I'm just so fascinated. And we haven't even touched on the wayfinding of bees and how they even know where to go and how to get back. It's just incredible. The bee is my, like I said, my spirit animal. I love bees. And I'm glad you did the study. It's pretty cool. Nobody had thought to do it. Nobody thought they could do it until now. University of Wyoming, they've done it. Jordan Glass has done it in the Department of Zoology and Physiology. Are they going to give you a medal for this or a doctor? What do you get for this? A PhD?
A high five, maybe?
Oh, come on. I'll talk to President Seidel. You gotta be decorated for this. Or like I could be draping a medal over you at the podium or something. I love it. I love this study. Thanks, Jordan.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Jordan Glass on the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a break. I got more coming up. I think we're going to finally get with Representative Landon Brown after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits. No duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is "My job is people, everyone is my business." But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
I'm still stunned by how many Americans don't know where Iran is on a global map. Can't find it. And was it Mark Twain that said the whole reason for global conflict, the reason for war is so we could find where, was to increase our map knowledge? I think that was like a Mark Twain smart-ass-ism. Is that such a thing? Mark Twain. The reason for war is to make for an increase of map knowledge I'm pretty sure like that was a paraphrase of his quote. Yeah, Mark Twain. God created wars so that Americans would learn geography. That's a Mark Twain smart-assism or quip. And it's pretty much true. His satirical commentary. I'm seeing data collected by the Morning Consult showing that only 23% of Americans, when registered voters from the U.S., could correctly identify Iran on a worldwide map. And I'm looking at the misses here, where people thought Iran was and were wrong. So many of them happening in South America, Greenland, Australia, Africa, even in the United States. Iran is not in the U.S. I got news for you. I mean, that should be easy. And then, when given a hint, when the map was increased to show only the Middle East, it improved guesses only slightly. 28% of registered voters could correctly find Iran when you said, all right, it's here, somewhere in the Middle East. People still guessed wrong and couldn't find Iran. Mark Twain was right, I guess. I think, let me see. Let me check my Zoom room. Okay, excellent. We have Representative Brown ready to go. I'm going to play a little jazzy music. Ooh, that's kind of scary music. Maybe we should be scared.
Probably good for it, Jake.
We'll be scared of Representative Brown coming on. I don't know. Getting towards the end here, closer to the end than the beginning when it comes to the budget session. Representative Landon Brown's here. Let's talk about how the budgeting went from the House side of things, you know, trying to meet in the middle when it comes to making a budget that came in a shade under $10 billion. The Senate did it the easy way, quicker way. They worked top down and you guys worked bottom up. Not your fault, but there's a certain block, a certain majority in the House that wanted to go from low and go slow, but we got there. Are you satisfied with how it went, or maybe not how it went, but where you ended up as far as the budget?
You know, at the end of the day, Jake, I think we did exactly what we were sent here to do, which is pass a budget. But I'll be the first one to admit that I don't believe that we were going to walk out of here with one. I think if there was some DraftKings betting on this, I don't think there was very many people that thought we were going to actually walk out of here with a budget. So especially coming in here, and what was interesting about it was just how staunchly defended the budget was on the House floor. And then to just capitulate the way they did in conference committee and just roll over to basically what the governor had recommended and what the Senate had recommended. There really wasn't much of a change except for, the business council. That was really the biggest change out of the budget. So I don't necessarily think that it was a great budget, but I also don't think that we did anything catastrophic to the state of Wyoming. I think we're going to do okay moving forward for the next 2 years.
Yeah, considering how far apart you were to begin the session, we got there quickly. And you're right. I mean, there was a progression of easing of rhetoric or whatever you want to call it from the Appropriations Committee well before the session even started. There was a line drawn in the sand. The line was erased and drawn again during House meetings. You guys were there for hours and hours and hours working on Saturday. And then finally the conference gets together with the Senate and a line got redrawn again. There was a lot of capitulation, it seemed like.
Yeah, in my books, and I heard Harshman say it on the floor yesterday. Representative Harshman said it yesterday, longest serving member in the House, 24 years. He's never seen the House roll over and belly up the way that they did. And I've been here for 10 years and I tend to agree with him. We tend to see multiple facets of arguments. Hey, we'll offer this. Will you offer that? The House walked into those meetings and said, okay, we'll take what the Senate says. It's very interesting that, you hear out of one side of the conversation out on the House floor that we're going to stick to this. We're not going to increase the budget. But then they go in front of their Senate counterparts and literally gave everything away that they fought so hard to keep on the House floor.
Yeah, and you wonder, what was it all for? Was it to just grab news headlines? Was it proving a point? Was it planting a seed that takes harvest next year and the next year? I don't know. It's weird. House District 9, Landon Brown representing Cheyenne. Let's talk about the nuts and bolts of the budget. Let's go to the Wyoming Business Council. Saw the two W words thrown around a lot: waste, welfare, and attached to the Business Council and what they do. Is investing in Wyoming's future welfare?
Yeah, no, and I mean I think that's the critical dichotomy of what you see on the two sides of this, right? And I tend to disagree. I think, like you just said, that there is an investment in our future. There's an investment of what we have tried to do. And 10 years ago, and 50 years ago, and 100 years ago, the main mantra of this every campaign has always been we need to diversify our economy. Well, we're actually starting to see that diversification happening. You know, over the past 10 years, we're actually starting to see some other businesses relocate to the state of Wyoming. And we're starting to not completely be solely reliable on our extractive industries. We recognize those are not going to carry the burden forever. And we've had to rely on our own investments, and we've had to rely on other businesses coming into the state. So in my books, it's money well spent to have the Business Council here. But I want to be very, very clear that, in my opinion, I also think that the Business Council went off the rails on some of the things that they were worried about as well. And whose fault is that, Jake? That's our fault. That's our fault as a legislature. We've been writing a check over to them and saying, go do things. And then when they go do things that we don't like, we sit there and scream at them. Well, if they're not given the direction, if they're not giving the understanding of what to take care of, whose fault is that? And I take full responsibility of that as a legislator and as on my body to understand that we were the ones that refused to actually give that direction going forward. But you know, the Business Council, where was the first place that we decided to put the COVID money? Because we knew they were quick. They were adept to what was going on, and we knew that they could get the rules and everything ready to go. We handed it to the Business Council, and they did it phenomenally. When we had a massive collapse up in Torrington, up with the Goshen County Tunnel, who was the organization that we asked to make sure that we took care of those farmers and ranchers? The Wyoming Business Council. When we had a beets that froze up out in Warland from the sugar beet freeze back in 2018, who was the agency that we ran to say, hey, make sure we take care of these farmers and make sure that everything is good to go, because they didn't get the insurance claim that they were expecting? The Wyoming Business Council. I don't hear anybody complaining that that was social welfare or that we shouldn't have taken care of those people. There's really no solid ground evidence of what they're talking about. I think it's just a lot of political fodder.
Interesting. You're right, Representative Brown. That organization, that agency, it has just inherently, roots in the ground. They have their finger on the pulse. They can move nimbly and quickly just by virtue of what they are. I never thought about that. Like, when you need to figure things out and move money quickly for an effort that for a cause that has So what?
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of people get frustrated with it, is they see and hear these snippets of social welfare or of what do they call it, corporate welfare even, and we're no different than any other state out there. And the reason the Business Council was set up 40 years ago, 35 years ago, was for the exact same reason that we see them out there, that try to attract businesses here. This idea that we've attracted 20 jobs in this state, I mean, I just went and pulled the data yesterday just from the Laramie County and Southwest region alone. Over 600 jobs in the past 2 years alone have been created by Business Council efforts, and that's just in a 4-county region. So the narrative that they're using, the toxic traits that they're using to try to cast aspersions against the people that are doing good work doesn't fly by me.
So we started with the defunding, if not the elimination of this agency, and where we end up is where probably the Business Council wanted anyway, and that's filing report cards, having more transparency, understanding what lawmakers want, and then in turn showing lawmakers what we do. Let's open the books. Let's meet more often. So the end result is Wyoming Business Council is on a bit of a shorter leash, funded for 1 year, and then the elimination. Are you okay with the elimination of the business ready communities, that component?
That's an interesting topic. And I think what we see with that is everybody recognizes that the money that was going into that didn't have a lot of safeguards. And I'm okay with us having a little bit tighter restrictions on what that looks like. I don't like the fact that we got rid of them. We've done some phenomenal work here in Laramie County, especially, but they have also done some phenomenal work up in the northern part of the state. You look at where Weatherby is inputted in the business area that they've got up there. They would not have been able to do that without the BRC, and we would not have Weatherby making rifles here in Wyoming without that BRC program. So again, it's really easy to sit there and scream and holler from the top of your lungs that we're giving social welfare and corporate welfare out there. But when you actually put the pencil to the paper and you realize, wow, we actually have some really good businesses that have come here because of those BRC grants. I think that there's a lot of value in what we've done with those.
The other efforts to so-called right-sized government by the majority in the House, Freedom Caucus, was targeted at University of Wyoming. That, in great part, was also walked back. Potential cuts that sometimes look like reform, sometimes look like retribution. Are you okay where we ended up there with the Wyoming University of Wyoming?
I'm not. I don't like the language that was in the budget. I don't like the idea that the argument that was being held against us is there's things that are being taught against Wyoming's values there, and we shouldn't do that. And we want you guys to close those things down. I think it's incredibly important to think about what a university is supposed to do, and that is to think critically. And if we go into the university and we only teach and only hear the things that we want to really capitalize on in the state of Wyoming, it becomes an echo chamber. We need to have some opposing views in this state. We need to understand that it's critically important to think critically. And the idea that we are going to defund $40 million, which was just out of nowhere, there was no valuation to what that was for, that we're going to fund 11% less to the university because of things we don't like. It made no sense. And the people of Wyoming spoke up and they were pissed. Let's be honest. People were upset about it. And, I spoke with Bruce Pivick just this past week. And, as they start looking at what they're doing with the business council and how that aligns with the university, those things intermesh with a whole bunch of stuff. We have workforce that is coming from the university. And this just sent the wrong message that we're going to eliminate potential investment in the state of Wyoming on two fronts. We're going to eliminate the outcome of good qualified individuals as they come out of the university program. And then we're also going to make sure that they don't have places to work when they come out. That's the perfect explanation for why we already have the biggest export of our state, which is our youth.
Just one hit on the Checkgate, because we did see the investigative panel come up with their conclusion that was no wrongdoing. Representative Landon Brown, what about the whole Checkgate thing? Glad to have it behind you. You satisfied with the outcome?
I think from our investigative committee, they did a phenomenal job doing what we asked them to do in such a short amount of time. What I'm absolutely appalled by is the lack of accountability from those that were implicated, and the aspersions cast against the members that they didn't follow the rules or whatever it is. It's kind of like getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar and then blaming your mom that the cookie jar should have never been on the counter for you to be able to reach into before. I'm absolutely appalled by the lack of accountability from the Freedom Caucus and the members that did this, that not a one of them has apologized for their actions. They have stood up and said, what we did on the floor of the House is totally acceptable, totally legal, and we did nothing wrong. I think that's the wrong message to be sending to the people of the state of Wyoming when they already feel like their voices aren't heard. This was not a good message to send to the state of Wyoming.
We did see a message of denial and deflecting regarding Checkgate, that's for sure. Did you've been there long enough to get a sense of this time around 68th legislative session? Did you hear from your constituents like never before, whether it was Checkgate, UW, Business Council? How was your email inbox?
The emails were similar to every other year. What I will say is it came from a completely different set of people this year. The people who are typically not reaching out tend to think that what is happening in the state of Wyoming is pretty good. The status quo is being held and we're okay with what's going on. Those people were not who we typically hear from, right? Those are who we did hear from this year, at least in my district. I cannot assure that everybody else's inboxes look the same as mine, but yes, the UW and the Business Council were big ones. I stood alone in my district to lose 8 jobs out of my district alone with the Business Council decision to defund 44 positions. 8 of those were going to be people that live in my district. So I took it personally. They took it personally, of course. They were going to not have a job July 1. And so they were writing me. And some of the other people that saw the about face and the slap against the state of Wyoming and what we stand for by eliminating funding from UW. I heard from a lot of people across the state of Wyoming that were UW alum and UW proud, and they were not happy with it. So completely different set of people, but no different than any other year, making sure that people's voices were heard. That's for sure.
We live undeniably in a soundbite age where, just the sound bites by electeds. It seems like we're always, like some lawmakers are always campaigning. I love the words out of your mouth or off your keyboard. We should choose leaders willing to govern, not just campaign. It's so many times it seems like our legislators, House and some Senate members, are just on a continuous campaign for the next election rather than leading and governing. You're right.
I appreciate those kind words, and that's exactly where I think the majority of people in the state of Wyoming want. We don't want DC style politics here. We want people that are going to effectively govern for the state of Wyoming. And these sound bites and getting up and being on YouTube and trying to capture those and cast out there and make sure that everybody sees what I said out on the floor is what I'm going to reuse for this. That's not what we're here for. We're here to govern. We're the board of directors for the state of Wyoming and for the executive branch, and we have a duty and a responsibility. And unfortunately, many of those people are just here to be famous out on the YouTube and the interwebs.
Well, almost done. Thanks for all the work you're doing in Cheyenne. Can't wait till you're able to wrap this up and get back home. For you, it's a short trip. You're right there in Cheyenne.
Absolutely. 2 more days. We're good.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Thanks, Jake.
Representative Landon Brown, straight out of Cheyenne. And the budget session wrapping up. We did get to a budget. My goodness, we got there closer than I thought we would from where we started. That's going to do it for this hour. One more to go in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Hunters and law enforcement tell Cowboy State Daily that the failure to pass a corner crossing bill really doesn't make any difference. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that House Bill 19 died in the Wyoming Senate on Monday.
That bill died in the Senate, but some people are saying that it doesn't make any difference because that 10th Circuit Court decision came down that more or less said it's legal, at least on federal land. And a lot of people are saying, you know what, that's good enough. Folks are going to do it anyway. And I did talk to the executive director of Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. Sheriff's departments just are not getting a lot of complaints about corner crossing, trespassing anyway.
If the bill had passed, it would have clarified in Wyoming statute what many argue that a federal court already established, that corner crossings between parcels of public land adjacent to private property isn't trespassing. A committee charged with investigating the so-called Checkgate controversy over handing out checks on the Wyoming House floor said Wednesday it found no bribery or wrongdoing. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the incident warrants a rules review, extra signage, and more training for legislators.
They treated it as a learning opportunity, saying we should develop a lesson on the institution of this house, avoiding the appearance of impropriety. The highlight was actually kind of a connection moment between Representative Steve Harshman of Casper and Representative Darren McCann, who's involved in the controversy, received a check. All of this kind of blew up. So Darren McCann said, a lot of you get to move on, but forever when you Google my name, this will come up. And Representative Steve Harshman, who has had rather an explosive controversy himself that he ended up apologizing for cursing at another member, said, hey, I've been there. We're in this. There's social media trolls and we deal with this, but we do heal and we can move on.
Special Investigative Committee Chair Art Washut from Casper read aloud to the House on Wednesday from a special report all 7 committee members signed. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, we don't just use natural resources, we take care of them. The land, water, and wildlife we depend on today were shaped by generations before us. Thoughtful stewardship means using what we need, protecting what matters, and leaving it better for those who come next. That's the lesson Wyoming kids are learning with Wyo Wonders. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Senator Troy McEwen tried on Wednesday to resurrect a bill that sought to pull sexually explicit books from children's sections in libraries. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that effort failed.
Senator Troy McEwen brought a motion to suspend the rules and resurrect House Bill 10. That's a bill that would implement a statewide book challenge process for sexually explicit books in children's sections of libraries. And if libraries refuse to follow that process, they could be sued. So McEwen brought it to kind of a late session, suspend the rules, resurrect this thing vote, and the Senate rejected that 13-18.
To resurrect House Bill 10, the Senate would have needed to secure a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. The Laramie County Sheriff's Office 3-day truck around and find out sweep of commercial trucks last week saw deputies nab 32 drivers who were in the country illegally, so says Sheriff Brian Kozak. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that support from truck drivers and industry groups are flooding in from across the United States.
A lot of them are responding with things like, hell yeah, go for it, keep it up. And it's coming from truckers. It's not the political side of it. It's because of safety, not because of Border Patrol or immigration. And Kozak, he said he's been getting a lot of support from around the country. People have been emailing him. He says the number one question he gets about it is how they can get one of his hats in his video.
The operation, according to Kozak, was a joint effort with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, welcome back to studio on a Thursday. Cowboy State Daily Show coming up this hour. We'll get with Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily journalist, find out what she's up to. And it's an Ask Abby Thursday. Always fun. We're going to ask Abby about all things toys. Children's toys for the most part, whether that's board games or Barbie dolls. We're going to cover everything from Monopoly to hula hoops. Everything you wanted to know about toys or didn't want to know. Toys, toys, toys. Never too old to put away the toys. They just change, you know, what toys you have in the garage. G.I. Joe and then, you know, fishing rods. I don't know. So get ready, Abby. That's what we're going to talk about is toys today. Let's get Renee Jean in here, and we'll ask her about toys, too. Just, you know, because she's in the time slot that precedes Abby. What do you know about toys, Can you remember like your favorite childhood toy? Did you have a Slinky or a Barbie doll or Raggedy Ann? I don't know.
Oh, I had a love-hate relationship with Lincoln Logs and Tinker.
Lincoln Logs, Erector set, Legos, all those building stuffs. You were a burgeoning engineer, I'm sure. Look at you, civic engineer at age 3, probably.
Well, I had these grand visions in my head that I was trying to build with Lincoln Logs and Tinker Toys, and they weren't conforming. So, I would throw these wild temper tantrums because I couldn't get the Lincoln Logs to do what they were supposed to do.
I love it. You were like a little Ayn Rand. You were trying to build like the greatest art. Well, maybe there's still life for you in Teton County. You can build a McMansion out of
Lincoln Logs.
Lincoln Logs, because we're la-di-da here in Teton County. Your story, we did talk about this, right? About how, and I see it measured in so many different ways. The richest county in the U.S. Well, how do you define that? Is it the money spent, the money made? I mean, so we're talking about the average person, what they earn annually, their income?
Yeah. Well, the per capita income.
Okay.
That's looking at income per population, right? It's not the mean income. If you look at the mean, that's a different number.
Yeah.
It's probably more indicative of what most people in that area make, right? Most people in the area, of course, are not making $532,000 and some change per year. That's like I don't know how many people would be at that threshold, but it's not many.
Yeah, but someone who like an investment portfolio, somebody who's in stocks, bonds, investment, whatever, if they make, upwards of some multi-millions a year, that like pulls up all the dudes that are out there plowing snow. Like,
exactly. Yeah. That's why some folks prefer, if you want to look at a more snapshot of what are most people in Jackson Hole making per year, the mean would be closer to that. The per capita income stat that Jonathan developed is kind of like, to me, it's kind of looking at the wealth inequality in that area. If you look at the per capita being 532,000 and some change, obviously there's some heavy hitters there who are really pulling the averages up.
I've been talking to legislators for weeks, obviously the budget session, and where they stand on the PRCA, the $15 million that lawmakers may or may not dedicate toward attracting the PRCA move to Cheyenne. Some say they're all in favor of the idea of it, but don't think it might even be legal to use tax money for that. I don't know. Where are we with the latest effort, $15 million?
Well, so the $15 million line item that the governor requested in the budget survived.
Okay.
It is headed to the governor's desk. I've been told, I forget by who exactly, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it, that the governor plans to sign that on Friday. So once that is signed, that money is then available to help secure the move for the PRCA. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to argue the legality of this. There is a designated revenue source that's meant to develop tourism opportunities in Wyoming. So,
that's what I thought. But I've heard from Senator Steimetz that the AG may have exception to how things are worded. I don't know, but the way it is if the governor signs, he's certainly expected to, that I think $5 million would be appropriated for each year in the upcoming 3 years, and the PRCA would eventually rent a U-Haul with that money and bring their whole dog and pony show to Wyoming, where it belongs. We're a rodeo state, man.
Well, now think about this, Jake. Look, if you've ever looked at pictures of the PRCA, what are there, about 20 bronze, life-size, huge, gigantico
Yes.
around the PRCA? It's going to take a semi for each one of those. It's going to take a semi.
So I'm thinking you leave them there for Colorado. You say they're too heavy to move, and you commission our favorite bronze sculptor right there in that part of Wyoming. What's his name?
What's his name? How can he be your favorite if you can't remember his name?
Oh, I've had him on a bunch of. He's did all the. If you go downtown Cheyenne, he's done all those bronzes that the motorists keep hitting.
Talking about Harvey DeSelms?
No, not Harvey. He is the greatest art dealer of all time, though.
He's
Chris Navarro. Chris Navarro.
He's one of the artists. I mean, there's a bunch of artists that have done bronzes downtown.
Yeah, I don't want to play favorites, but I think, you have to decide, okay, this one's too big. We'll leave it here. We'll have Chris Navarro do another one. Baby.
Which costs more, moving it or having Navarro do another one?
Tough decisions when you're moving a PRCA museum.
No, I say those statues have to come. Otherwise they could just say, "Well, let's just move back. All our statues are still there."
True. You got to show true commitment. Pick up all your stuff and bring it with you. That's right. Good point. Hey, what's going on with a Wells Fargo bank chooses Wyoming Reserve in Casper to store precious metals? Where's all the gold at in Wyoming?
All the gold in Wyoming. Wyoming's kind of got its own little Fort Knox now in Casper. What I think is interesting about this, Jake, Wells Fargo's a big bank. This is one of the big four. You can't get any more blue chip than a big four bank. So, when a big four bank goes out looking for a partner, someone to vault their precious metals, that they're not looking for the low man on the totem pole. They're looking for the best, the top. And they chose Wyoming over banks, that offer similar services in, say, New York. JP Morgan is in New York. They're vaulting services in New York. Wyoming looked at JP Morgan to vault its gold in Casper, and they chose Wyoming Reserve as well, and of course, Wyoming being a state government, they too need to choose the top.
When you looking at where to put gold, you swing for the fences, I would imagine. You want one of the big four. Renee, it just...
auditability, all of that, financial security.
Yeah. It astounds me. I am always impressed by your use of terminology that you introduced me to. Like, how do you... Vaulting precious metals is a phrase. Is it? And you just drop that like it's nothing. How is that a common term?
I don't know. What else would you call it?
I don't know. I think you either invented it or you know how to. I don't know how you know how these phrases.
I don't know what else I would call it. Really, I mean,
you
store precious metals. That's so. That doesn't quite capture what you're doing there. You're not just storing them in a shoebox somewhere.
No, but you have made a verb out of vaulting precious metals. Like, who does that, Renee? I made up my own acronym today. Dead in the drawer for bills, DID. So you and I are going to just work on our own vocabulary. Vaulting precious metals. Died in drawer is legislation that never got introduced.
Died in the drawer as opposed to died in the wool.
Whoa. All right. What else? What are you working on? You probably got a lot of stuff that's going to be popping out over the weekend because it's been quiet on the Renee Jean front byline.
Yeah, they've been kind of focusing me on features lately, it seems. But so I am working on super secret features, Jake.
Was it super secret? You can't tell me or you'd have to kill me. You introducing us to the Michelin star chef who's in the competition. Did that aired last night, right? We got our first look at Milena C.
How did she do? I didn't get a chance.
I can't stay up that late. That's late for me. I'm in bed by then.
Like for you, you're in bed by then.
The wife watched it though. She watched Survivor and then she kept it on and she watched Chef C. I hope she wins. Jackson Chef. You read about her in Renee Jean's story a couple of weeks back. Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for her.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if she wins.
You couldn't get her. She would not tell you.
No, she was, she signed an NDA. She's not allowed to talk about it.
What's the worst that could happen if she won and then said, yeah, I won? They take it away from her, maybe. Strip her of the medal.
I don't know. They've got pretty stringent rules around that, though. They don't want want spoilers out there.
Yeah, because people stop watching. That's a huge no-no, I would imagine. All right, Renee, thank you so much. She's working on super secret features over the weekend. Look for the byline, Renee Jean, and look for her to coin clever phrases like vaulting your precious metals. Or I say, where the gold at? Casper, apparently.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's Ask Abby. It's Thursday, and we're going to ask Abby all about toys. Toys.
Today's toys or toys from...
Not necessarily today's toys. Mostly like if you were going to do the top 10 toys ever, we're kind of going to go in the past. From Monopoly to hula hoop to the yo-yo.
Okay, well, Monopoly is not a toy, it's a game.
Board game falls under toys.
Okay.
Who gets to define the topic anyway?
Me.
Oh, all right.
I am the rule maker.
You're pushing back. Defiance in the opening segment. I'm playing the game show song, and Abby's already telling me how it's going to go.
It's not the game. That's the circus song, and so welcome to the circus.
Yes. I can see now.
Oh wait, I have to say today's a special day, Jake.
Ooh.
Today is my mother's birthday, so happy birthday, Mom.
Aww. Does your dad watches loyally? What about your mom?
Yeah, I think she does. If she's not doing something more fun. She does a lot. She's a busy lady.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Abby's mom. We must be Facebook friends because I'm seeing this video of you doing a sing-along in a bar, but you're not singing the song that the video is playing. You're singing Olivia Dean's Man I Need, which is a great song.
No, well, yeah, no.
That's the song playing.
That's the song playing. The song I'm singing can't be revealed.
That's my question. What do you mean it can't be revealed? I wanted to ask you, what's the song you're singing? Why can't you?
Should I tell you or not?
What's the big secret? I mean...
Well, what's the best song to sing out loud at the top of your lungs?
Probably a Journey song or...
Okay.
The other one, Bon Jovi, that Bon Jovi song everybody sings the chorus to.
Yeah, that's halfway there.
Yeah, halfway, and the whole crowd sings it.
Yeah,
but it's probably country song for you.
It is not country.
Oh, it's rock and roll, like old?
No, it's
not the Killers, is it?
No, it is a female.
Okay, Pat Benatar.
That's a good one though. Yeah,
Joan Jett. I love rock and roll.
She's a little more polished than Joan Jett or Pat Benatar.
Contemporary? Is she putting out music today?
No. She had some issues. She had some issues with her vocal cords back in, I don't know, a few years ago, and didn't think maybe she'd ever be able to sing again. She was married to a guy with a girl's name.
Married to a guy. Oh, this is not helping. It is hard to be the one who gets to ask questions.
It's kind of representative of my time here during trivia when I'm like, it's all coming back to me now.
These clues aren't helping. Mariah Carey.
No. Who's the greatest singer in the world?
Cher?
No, that's been her joke was on SNL. She's like, I'm the greatest singer in the world.
Whitney Houston.
Celine Dion. Oh my God.
Celine Dion. Well, like just say Canadian.
Her husband's name was Renee,
Celine Dion is not one of my favorites.
Well, maybe you haven't sang it out loud.
What kind of song does Celine Dion do that you would get excited to sing out loud in a bar? Like,
it's all coming back to me now.
I don't.
You got to try it, I guess. You haven't lived.
I'm giving myself the buzzer. There's some disconnect there. I don't know, Celine Dion. Ooh.
Well, you're also from New York, so you're kind of like.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that, actually. Interesting.
Well, maybe tonight when you take a shower, you just put it on. Maybe grab yourself a seltzer, a little shower beer, and just let the music move you, Jake.
No, see, that's Celine Dion's more like candles around the bathtub kind of singer.
Well, I mean, you can listen to Celine Dion anywhere.
Celine Dion's wine, not beer. And that's why I'm not listening to Celine Dion for the most part.
It's not true. That's not true, Jake. Listening right now is arguing with you. They're judging you a little bit. They're like, we thought Jake was cool. Jake is not cool.
Oh, for real?
Sing.
Don't even go there. Real-time poll. Celine Dion, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Celine Dion is amazing.
I don't know. She's so...
Good? She's so good?
No. I mean, I'd much rather listen to the video you put out, Olivia Dean, The Man I Need. That's a great song.
It is a great song. It was a great remix,
The version you used was?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't recognize it as a remix.
Okay, you call yourself a DJ?
Well, I didn't listen to it long enough. I heard it enough to know, I know that song, but her lips aren't moving to that song. So what the heck? Yeah, that's a great song. She's an exciting new artist, Olivia Dean. All right, toys. Are you ready? Should we start easy?
No, let's start hard and get easier.
Oh. Weebles wobble, but they
don't fall down.
Okay. That was pretty good. Because some of these may be older. Okay, what animal is known for its appetite?
Hungry hippos.
Oh, wow. You're 2 for 2 and you are rocking. All right. Think in your mind now. Count them up. We're going to go numbers here. How many tiles are there in a double 9 set of dominoes?
Oh, God. I never played dominoes. I don't even know how.
I know. What country invented dominoes, by the way?
America. Italy. France. Paris. What's the country?
China. Yeah. What's the highest cribbage score possible in one hand?
Oh, I know this because I play cribbage.
Do you? I don't know.
29.
Oh, I'm so impressed.
I'm on fire.
You are. I don't know anything about cribbage, and you nailed it. I thought you would never get that. Oh, wow.
I'm so unpredictable. I'm so unpredictable, Jake.
How did you get that? What country did they invent Legos in?
Ooh.
Known for their pastries, by the way, also.
France. Paris. I don't know.
No. Denmark is the home country of Legos. Denmark. What number is associated with a mystic magic ball that can predict the future?
8.
Correct.
Thought we were starting hard and getting easier.
I'm just moving all over the place now.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Okay.
Here's the hardest one was the max score in cribbage, and you nailed it. So I'm thinking maybe an easy one will trip you up.
I'm so smart.
Teenage blank turtles.
Really? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
All right. What food inspired the shape of the iconic video game character Pac-Man?
Cheese?
Chunk. Sort of.
A wheel of cheese?
Cheese what?
Cheese what? Cheese curds.
Or pepperoni what? Or sausage what?
Oh, pizza?
Yeah, pizza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that, actually. Let's go. There's a few questions about Monopoly that are tricky. How much money do you start with in Monopoly, each player?
$500. I have no idea.
$1,500.
Oh, okay.
Give me at least a majority of the pieces used. In 1937, the game was introduced with just chess pieces, like wooden pawns, but then they introduced actual like metal pieces. What are they? What tokens could you use in?
There was a jack.
A jack?
No. There was a train.
Mm.
Am I not thinking of the right game?
Monopoly.
What?
What piece do you usually pick when you play Monopoly? Have you played Monopoly?
No, I have not played Monopoly. I think I played Monopoly Junior, but family game night was always a little tense, you know?
Oh, a competitive family, like tense?
Probably just nobody wanted to actually. Monopoly's so long of a game.
Yes.
I don't know that the Roach family could get through it.
Right. Couldn't get to an end date. End game.
And my brother never came in the house. The worst thing that ever happened to that guy is to ever come in the house. He had to ride his bike for 27 hours out of 20. I thought there was like a jack and a choo-choo train and
no.
I think
wow.
You're just gonna have to tell me. You're just gonna have to tell me.
I wanted you to name all of them. You haven't named one of them.
Golly, I don't know. Is there a car? There's got to be a car.
There is a car. There's
a cup.
No, there's a car. There's a. It sounds so silly now to hear what they are because this is 1937. There's an iron, a flat iron, like you would iron clothes with. Whoever chooses the iron, nobody. There's a thimble. I like the thimble.
I'm remembering the thimble.
A rocking horse. A shoe, who's fun to pretend you're walking around the board. A top hat. Maybe when you said train, you're thinking of the battleship and the dog that were added a year later after 1937.
Oh.
Wow.
Let's continue with the Monopoly questions.
Yeah, you do not know Monopoly.
Golly.
Holy cow. Yeah, we better get off Monopoly. That's not going to work. How many squares are empty at the start of a game of checkers? Of course, your checkers are on the 2 rows. How many empty squares?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea. Nobody knows that.
Just ballpark it.
Oh, what is there? Probably 7 that way and 10 that way. So let's say 40.
Exactly right, Abby.
No, you liar. Are you
I
serious?
swear you're right on, man. You are hot today.
Wow.
40. How many?
You're becoming a savant.
You
I'm
are.
a Rain Man.
You're tapping into something today. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Celine Dion, the ghost of Celine Dion. I don't know. How many different?
Celine Dion is not dead.
Oh, you can't tell from her latest recording. How many different colored wedges are in a game of Trivial Pursuit?
6.
Correct. What's the highest ranking suit in bridge? Card game.
Clubs?
You got a 1 in 4 shot at answering correctly.
I said clubs.
Clubs. No.
Hearts. Diamonds. Perfect. Spades it is.
Spades it is. Ruth Handler invented this world famous toy that became a cultural icon. And also a movie. Played by Margot Robbie. Girlfriend of Ken.
Barbie.
Holy cow. Spoon feed you on that one. All right. Andre Casagnas, if I'm saying his name right, invented this toy for artists.
Paint by numbers.
No. If you didn't like what you drew, you could just shake it up.
Oh, Etch-a-Sketch.
Etch-a-Sketch. Remember that? Did you ever have that?
Yeah.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
And then it would break, though. And then the things, they either wouldn't erase or they wouldn't draw in the right direction.
Yeah, that was always a bummer when one of them, when you had a line that never erased.
Right.
You're like, I scarred my Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, scarred your eyes. Yeah, you had screen burn-in. You're like, oh, I should have got the screensaver version.
Yeah.
It's probably planned obsolescence like they do with the battery life of your iPhone.
Yeah.
They make you go out and buy another one.
Yep.
What's a game played with 5 dice?
Yahtzee.
Yes. How many rounds of Yahtzee are there? It's one round to try to score how many categories? You're trying to get, 10? Close.
12?
Very close. 13. 13 things you're trying to fill in. Yeah, Yahtzee is named, by the way, by a Canadian couple that played this game on their yacht.
Oh.
And they would call it Yahtzee, and then they sold the rights to it. It became an actual game. Okay, invented in Pennsylvania, this metallic shredded toy looks more at home in an auto body shop than it does working its way down your staircase.
The Slinky.
Correct. The name of the famous red-headed doll.
Chucky.
That shows your youth. You think Chucky. I'm like 1925. Every girl had this doll.
In 1925, every girl had an Annie?
Raggedy Ann.
Oh, no. Raggedy Ann. Yeah.
Yes. Though it's named after a hip gyrating Hawaiian dance, but it was actually invented by Australian kids in the late 1950s. What is this toy?
A boomerang.
No. Hip gyrating Hawaiian dance is where it gets its name.
The hula hoop.
Yes. Hula hoop. Renee Jean was just on saying this is one of her cherished childhood toys, although she was frustrated she couldn't create what she wanted. Building blocks popularized back in the day, actually inspired by earthquake-proof building techniques in Japan, which is weird. That's not going to be a helpful hint. What are we talking about? It's like the precursor to Legos.
Lincoln Logs?
Yes, Lincoln Logs. Pedro Flores was a Filipino immigrant working as a bellhop in California when he delighted guests of the hotel with a toy that he called a cum-cum.
Yo-yo.
Yes, 1920s. This 1964 invention was immortalized in the film Toy Story. It involves a piece of food popularized in Idaho.
Oh, Mr. Potato Head.
Yes.
That was made in 64?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Goes way back. This invention was created by 17th century Dutch settlers, which explains why when you're using this toy, you might refer to something like the double Dutch.
The jump rope?
Yes. And finally, for all the marbles, our last question. It was a failed attempt at creating synthetic rubber. And we get something instead that can copy the comics right off the newspaper page.
Oh, silly putty.
Yeah. Wow, you did really good, Abby.
I was very blessed as a kid. I got to play with a lot of toys.
You must have. You had a toy-filled childhood.
Yeah.
Thanks to your mom, and a happy birthday to her. I'm going to go jam with Celine Dion. You going to put some Celine Dion full volume?
Yeah.
Rock out to Celine Dion?
Yep.
That's crazy. I wouldn't. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. That's Abby. Ask Abby, Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, you had to see it. It's a Facebook reel that's making the rounds. It's gone viral. Abby singing joyfully with some other dude and singing Celine Dion. I would never have guessed that. We'll take a break, our final break of the day and the final hour of the Thursday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Coming back and heading for the finish line after this.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Excuse me, I was just listening to some Celine Dion to get all pumped up for the next segment. Celine Dion is like the least sing-along artist I can think of. I don't know. I might be wrong on that. What do our listeners say on the Facebooks? Breaking news, speaking of singers, breaking news. This seems like a news story that could have been last week, last year, the year before, but apparently it's breaking news right now today. Singers, Britney Spears has been arrested. If you've been following the saga that is Britney Spears, she's just flat out off the rails. I think she moved to Mexico, and she's been posting videos that show her just... She's a couple of cards away from a full deck She's going cray-cray. Britney Spears has been arrested. Breaking news. Don't know what for. Doesn't matter. Could be anything with her. DUI, California. All right. Yeah. Interesting. Reading, this could be a story for Jen Coker, actually. Hold on. Yeah. I wonder if Jen has read this. Jen Coker, as far as any journalist I know, has been following the whole D.B. Cooper saga. I mean, more than any journalist, right? I mean, D.B. Cooper thing. He's the guy who, of course, hijacked a plane, demanded it land, and they go get him bags of cash, and then D.B. Cooper parachuted out of the plane. Was never found again. The money, some of the money showed up later, like disintegrated bills. So one wonders whether Cooper got away with it at all. Did he lose some of the money, all of the money? Did he survive the jump? Mysteries shrouding the whole D.B. Cooper skyjacker jumping out of a commercial airliner thing. And then you get a copycat crime where another dude who looks exactly like D.B. Cooper also did the same thing. 1971, demanded money, jumped out of the plane with money. D.B. Cooper did it November 24, 1971, Flight 305, Northwest Orient. November 24, 1971. Then the following, not even a year later, April 7, 1972, Richard McCoy, skyjacking, did the same thing. He was caught. And there's speculation that Richard McCoy is actually D.B. Cooper. He blew the job the first time around, figured out learned from what he did wrong, and then pulled it off less than a year later, at least somewhat successfully, but was arrested days later. Are they one and the same? I see a news story out now. Michael Natalie, writing for Popular Mechanics. I thought they covered things like car engines. But Michael Natalie, this story dropped yesterday. A man waited until his mom died to reveal bombshell secret. She helped D.B. Cooper disappear. I don't know if this is new news to Jen or whether Michael Natalie is copying news Jen Coker has already disclosed in the Cowboy State Daily. Nobody's following the whole D.B. Cooper thing closer than Jen Coker. But Jen, heads up, if you're listening, check out this story. And is there anything new in it that you don't know? Or is this just a rehashing of reporter work that you've already done? I would love to know. Iran's new leader is calling for the blood of Trump. Not surprising. We sunk United States submarine, sunk an Iranian warship. And that's the first torpedoing of a warship in a long, long time. Supposedly since maybe even World War II. A submarine has sunk a warship with a torpedo. It's been a long time since we've seen that. Now we hear news, according to Associated Press, the Iranian warship sunk by the U.S. was actually sailing home from naval exercises hosted by India. So this warship wasn't even technically playing a part in the events going on right now in Iran, the whole bombing, it wasn't out there looking to hunt down U.S. or U.S. coalition Israeli warplanes. It was just coming back from assignment. We were playing war games around the way back. Didn't matter. Not to the U.S. submarine. They sunk it anyway. Iranian state TV airs a message from the Ayatollah calling for the, quote, shedding of Trump's blood. That's on Iranian TV right now. So that should catch you up with all the latest that is international news. Britney Spears arrested for DUI in California. Iranian warship sunk by torpedo was just returning from war games, exercises in India. And D.B. Cooper, was he also Richard McCoy? We've already speculated that at the Cowboy State Daily. Jen Coker. Been on that a long time. Speaking of DUI, the man accused of a DUI, Wyoming State Rep, Bill Allemond. I find this. I don't know why I'm taking such interest in this story. I hate when someone is charged with a DUI or I don't know, DUI. It's an offense that, you know, who among us hasn't been or couldn't be given a citation for driving under the influence. I mean, it shouldn't happen, but it could so easily happen. You know, you go out to a bar, you go to a party, you have 3 drinks instead of 2. You intended to have 2, you have 3. You intended to have, all right, 3 drinks, but you have 4. I mean, it could so easily happen that I don't want to, you know, make a sensationalized story out of a DUI. It can happen. It just, you know, media should announce that it happened, write that it happened, and then get off it. But in this case, the subject of the story is maybe responsible for extending the story's life. This is getting way more than its 15 minutes. Representative Bill Allemond is now asking the court to throw out his drunk driving case, arguing he was unlawfully handcuffed and questioned without his Miranda rights. That is the go-to place of anybody who's ever been arrested. You didn't read me my rights. You roughed me up when you handcuffed me and stuff like that. Allemond allegedly had a blood alcohol content 3 times the legal limit when he was first pulled over. We all heard the story from Claire McFarland. He told the arresting officer that the reason for the open container in his vehicle was because he needs to drink while he's driving. He has anxiety. Well, that runs counter to actual laws that say you can't drink while you're driving. And then the fact that Representative Allemond, a Republican from Midwest, asked the Buffalo Circuit Court back in February 25th to allow him some kind of exemption to typical DUI charges procedure, which is you would have to then pass a breathalyzer every now and then and then perhaps even after your case is prosecuted, there's certain requirements when you get ticketed for DUI. You've got to go blow on a breathalyzer, randomized testing. Well, Representative Allemond said, I can't do that while I'm in Cheyenne trying to make laws and stuff. And the response from a judge is, you're not any different than anybody else who gets a DUI. You're going to have to take the randomized test. Sorry. Allemond admitted to consuming 2 beers when he was pulled over January 28th, or that's when the court case was. Allemond's arrest showed a 0.24 blood alcohol content. 0.08 is the limit. So yeah, this is 3 times over the limit. His admission about drinking an open container and needing to drink, he's now saying that was incriminating questions that should have never been asked of him because he wasn't read his rights. I assume there's probably a body cam somewhere. You know, all these guys have body cams now. Maybe we'll we'll learn more about this. But yeah, that's a story that keeps on giving, that just will not go away. Cheyenne woman accused of crashing her car into the ex-boyfriend twice in a case of a wild car chase. This Cheyenne woman, who has a restraining order or a protection order to stay away from the ex-boyfriend, just cannot seemingly do so. Third time she's violated a protection order in a month. The 28-year-old woman, Jordan Semyon, made an initial appearance in Laramie County Circuit Court Wednesday, charged with felony, aggravated assault and battery, reckless driving, and a couple of other things. Third time in a month, she's accused of violating the Colorado-issued protection order to stay away from the former boyfriend. He lives in Cheyenne in an apartment building. She was allegedly there in his parking space the other day when he came home. He tried to drive away. She chased him, and they got in a high-speed chase throughout downtown Cheyenne when she eventually, I guess, collided into him or bumped into him, spun him out. And, yeah, it is a story followed by Greg Johnson. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily, the girlfriend who just can't stay away from the old boyfriend. TerraPower gets an okay to build their Wyoming nuclear plant. First such approval in the United States in a decade, as nuclear makes a comeback, especially in Wyoming. That's going to do it for our Thursday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Big thanks to our guests today, Representative J.D. Williams, Representative Landon Brown, both on the show today. Senator Cheri Steimetz, our first chance to talk with her. That was a delightful discussion. Tom Lubnau was on the show today. Demi Pummel, we'll have to get back with her. We had issues with her microphone. Jordan Glass, University of Wyoming, talking about his research on bumblebees. A fascinating Thursday we had. We'll do it again tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Have a great Thursday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.